deserve to touch a woman for the next... I personally think that if all of these men are voting to take our rights away, they don't deserve to touch a woman for the next 4 years. So, hope you thought that through, you guys.
Alright, guys. They're clearly rigging the Senate races in Nevada, Arizona, and I know that they're rigging House races over in Maryland. Okay? So, I'd bet $1 million they rigged Colorado, and even though Trump pulled in front in Georgia, I bet $1 million they rigged that too, but they just failed to accomplish the rig. I'd argue the same in Pennsylvania. In fact, I think they tried to do exactly what they did last time. They just couldn't do it. They didn't have the juice. There were just too many legitimate human beings that voted for Trump. That's what I think happened. Plus, they didn't have COVID, mass mail-in ballot, all this other bullshit. That's what I think. So, have we... The problem I'm having is I think that because Trump won, the enthusiasm for election integrity might go away amongst the grassroots. Well, he won, so who cares? And then, we get fucked in 2026 midterms. I mean, to me, the results are so similar to the 2020 election, where Trump just managed to pull ahead by a point or two, that I have no reason to think that they didn't cheat and that they didn't try to cheat. I'm almost positive that they did. It will be easier to litigate. That's the only thing that's in our favor, Lataria. So, the good news is that we don't have to... It won't take a year or two to derive the formulas used to rig the elections. Like over in Nevada and Arizona, we know they're using a complex number manifold to rig 2 races simultaneously. That's the only way you can do it, while maintaining a semblance of sanity between the precincts. So these are our 2 biggest targets, Nevada and Arizona, which is funny because most of everything I've written about it has been about Nevada and Arizona. And that was in 2020. Now, of course, I wrote a huge document on Georgia. I wrote another one on Michigan. But there really weren't any bastions of conservatism there to take up the causes in Michigan and Georgia, so if there was nobody there to do anything with my work, I just gave up. I can't go into a Michigan or a Georgia courtroom and start suing people. I don't have standing. I live in New York. But in Nevada and Arizona, we know that we have strong election integrity groups here. So I'm surprised that they're foolish enough to actually go through with this. With Sam Brown in the Senate and with Carrie Lake in the Senate, because they already know from the the Gilbert versus Lombardo case that I already have their number. I already know what they do. I already know the equations they use. And the only thing that saved them last time was that the judge said it doesn't matter if the election was rigged or not. You can't prove how much damage it did. Good old Wilson precedent. So, but we know how to get around that this time. So I'm actually surprised that they're crazy enough to do this. Now, what do I notice happened on election night itself? And let's zoom in on this. Let's take a look at this map. Well, until Pennsylvania was called for Trump, what I noticed was Nevada was gray. You guys remember Nevada being gray? It was the only state that was gray, right? So the map looked like this when Pennsylvania was this is what the map looked like before Pennsylvania was called. Does everybody remember this picture with Nevada in gray? I want to know if at least one person remembers the map looking like this when Nevada was gray. Hello, anybody there? Okay, so Scott, you remember. I want to make sure at least one person remembers before I keep talking. So what happened was, it could have been 15 minutes before or after, but it was generally in the exact same time period. The moment Pennsylvania, okay, and let's make a copy of this. The moment Pennsylvania was called for Trump, all of a sudden Nevada started reporting its votes. And then all of a sudden, bang, bang, bang. I think Georgia went before Pennsylvania, but you get the idea. And then, bang, bang. And then all of a sudden, Nevada went light red. So for some reason, Nevada wasn't reporting any votes until Pennsylvania reported its was adjudicated. So let me tell you what I think, especially since they're currently rigging the Senate race right now in Nevada, as we can see. This was their plan. Okay, so they had a huge problem. You see, the moment Pennsylvania went red, Trump had 267 electoral votes. He only needed 3 more to win. So in order for them to make Kamala win, all of a sudden they would have had to do this. Blue, 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 blue. And that would have been too obvious that we would have had a civil war. The United States military even would have intervened. So the moment Pennsylvania, the moment they couldn't, they realized they couldn't rig Pennsylvania, they said, well, now it's impossible to pull the trigger on these other states, because we'd have to pull the trigger on all of them. However, let's say they actually managed to pull this off. All of a sudden, Nevada would have started going light blue. Arizona would have turned light blue. Michigan would have turned light blue. If Georgia was called yet, I don't know, but that would have turned light blue. We would have seen this. This is what we would have seen. So don't think that we won the election because the Democrats were too afraid to pull the trigger. They were only afraid at the very end, when Pennsylvania went red, because now they have to rig. Now they would have to pull the trigger on every remaining state. Correct. Nevada was not reporting a damn thing until Pennsylvania was called. It could have been 15 minutes before the official call or maybe 15 minutes after. The moment Pennsylvania was called, Nevada reported. So what they were waiting for in Nevada, because they already knew that the Senate wasn't going their way, and we can see this in the current data, is they had options 1 and 2. They're still pulling triggers. They're still rigging shit to this right now. Trigger 1. Trigger 1, Nevada. Rig for Kamala and Rosen. That's the sender. Trigger 2. Nevada. Don't rig for Kamala. I can't say rig for Trump. But rig for Rosen. Okay? Both of these triggers use the same thing. It's the domain is the complex numbers. It's vector voting. Okay? For two races simultaneously. So they're sitting there with their complex number manifold ready to go. And they waited to see how Pennsylvania went before they pulled the trigger in Nevada on either for trigger 1 or trigger 2. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? So Nevada just sat there in a gray state until Pennsylvania went forward. Now, in Kari Lake's case, remember that Kari Lake is a very fierce election integrity person. So they were rigging against Kari Lake come hell or high water. They weren't waiting to pull any triggers there in Arizona. There's no way they can allow Kari Lake into office. Is everybody following what I'm saying so far? Is anybody confused? So let's recap the whole discussion. If Pennsylvania went blue, Nevada would have went blue too. And so would Arizona, and so would Michigan, and so would Wisconsin. I forget if Georgia was already called or not, so we'll just put it in brown. Who cares right now? However, since Pennsylvania went red, well, now they would have had to pull the trigger on all of those remaining states, and they were too afraid to do that. They knew that would have been too obvious. You follow what I'm saying? Because now he has 267 electoral votes. So you have to rig every remaining state. They knew that was a no-go. But mark my words, if they managed to pull it off in Pennsylvania, then you would have seen this. And Kamala would have won. Now, for the case of Nevada and Nevada only, okay? We had that trigger 1 and trigger 2. If Pennsylvania goes red, we do trigger 1. Sorry, if Pennsylvania goes blue, you do trigger 1, and then you rig Nevada for Kamala as well. If Pennsylvania goes red, then you pull trigger 2. You don't rig Nevada for Kamala. but you still rig it for the for Rosen in the Senate. So everything depended on what Pennsylvania did. So I'm going to put Pennsylvania in green. Georgia, I'm going to put it brown because I forget if it was already called yet. In programming, Pennsylvania is a conditional. Okay, it's an if-then statement. If Pennsylvania equals blue, then pull trigger 1 in Nevada. Else, this would mean Nevada is Pennsylvania equals red. Pull trigger 2 in Nevada. It's easier for me to explain it this way. For Arizona, they were going to fuck Carrie Lake no matter who won the state, so they weren't waiting to pull triggers there. But you know what the scary thing is, Kev Chat? If they were brazen enough, and when Pennsylvania went red, if they were truly brazen enough, they still could have done this. So just because they didn't do it, it doesn't mean that they could not have done it. And that's why we have a serious problem in this country still. The only reason they didn't do it was because they were too afraid to do it. But they had the capability to do it. Kev Chat. That's why the fight must continue to go on.
Thank you.
Yeah?
I know you're busy, but can you help me with this?
Guys, I'll be right back. Well, one person, one vote. Here's where I disagree. Let's recap the whole discussion. What I'm telling you is, and I mean this sincerely. Here's where I disagree. Let's recap. If they manage to, I'm eating dinner, lunch, whatever you want to call it. But if they manage to flip Pennsylvania blue, I'm telling you, they would have pulled the trigger, dude. The thing is that because Pennsylvania went red, they couldn't pull the trigger. They would have had to rig every other remaining state. So it's not that they couldn't. It's not they didn't do it because we're watching. They didn't do it because they lost Pennsylvania. That's the only thing that stopped them. That's the only thing that stopped them. One person, one vote. All right, I'll be right back though. I am hungry and I do want to make some coffee before we officially start the stream. So I'll be back. I'm not kidding. It's really rare to see a split ballot in a cast vote record. In general, for every retard that votes Republican in race A and Democrat in race B, there's another retard that voted Democrat in race A and Republican in race B. So they cancel. So the very small number of retards on both sides, they always cancel each other out in a cast vote record. Okay? Within a quarter of a percent. I know because I've looked at cast vote records. I actually wanted to, because it was an honest, curious question I had. How many people? You know how when you have a conversation with somebody and they try to deflect, and and they say, oh well, I write in Mickey Mouse when I vote. They say dumb shit like that in a conversation. Or I look at all the candidates regardless of party, and then I choose the best one in each race. Get bullshit. The cast vote record tells me that barely anybody fucking does that. Bullshit. Every cast vote record and every fucking election I've ever looked at, the number of people that actually choose different parties in different races is less than 1% of the ballots cast, and amongst those, they all cancel each other out like random fucking noise. The New York Times website. NewYorkTimes.com interactive results Arizona. So, to your point, the idea that 1.3 million people would vote for Trump, but only 1.1 million would vote for Kari Lake, that's fucking impossible from every cast vote record I've looked at historically everywhere in the United States. That doesn't fucking make sense. Unless, of course, you're using a complex number manifold and rigging the election. Then it makes perfect sense, Roger. I don't care. Don't care yet. Don't care yet. I can't tell you until I have the data. I have no idea. I have no way of knowing. I can guess a complex number manifold from looking at things, but I cannot guess a quaternion. I have to have the data. The only way to know if there's a quaternion or not is if the... Alright, so here are the indicators of a quaternionic manifold. When you have the real numbers only, you look at 4 different races, right? In isolation over the real numbers. And the only way to solve for the manifold is to rotate the original 3 axes. Well, then the question is, what could have possibly rigged the election over the real numbers that caused the manifold to not be solvable from the original GH alpha axes? Because no algorithm is going to create a manifold that requires you to rotate the axes, unless it's a quaternionic manifold that's rigging 4 races. Then, when you look at any particular race in isolation over the reals, you'll see rotated axes. In fact, they're technically not even rotated axes, it's worse. They're affine axes, where the unit length of each axis is different in respect to the other, and the angles aren't even at 90 degrees. That's what happens when quaternions get involved. You can only solve the system of equations from an affine set of axes. Right, so basically take the unit vectors 0, 1, right, and 1, 0. And now they'll both have different magnitudes, and they won't even be at 90 degrees to each other. So when you have when a single election over the real numbers is best described by a set of affine axes, then the only way that could have happened is if it was an artifact of a quaternionic manifold that rigged 4 elections simultaneously. Well, a complex number rig can do that as well. Right? It's not just limited to quaternions. Yes. Yes. But the nice thing, so what distinguishes again a quartic, a quaternion versus a complex number, because both of them can have effect on the axes like that over the reals. But the key defining feature between them that really drives it home is the manifold a cubic or is it a quartic? So a cubic, because the complex numbers remain commutative like the real numbers, a complex cubic manifests as a real number cubic on axes of rotation. However, a quaternionic cubic manifests as a real number quartic. Does that make sense? So a cubic manifold over the quaternions that rigs 4 races will manifest as a quartic manifold over the real numbers for any one race in isolation on axes, on affine axes. Is it actually has to do with polynomial orders over the quaternions. Like, forget election data for a moment. To solve a quadratic equation over the quaternions, which I actually derived on my own to confirm the suspicion, requires a cubic. You actually have to do a cubic equation over the real numbers or the complex numbers to solve for the quadratic roots of a quaternion, of a quaternionic equation. So if I say y equals ax squared plus bx plus c over the quaternions, I need a real number cubic to solve it, and because of that, you get 3 distinct root pairs that all simultaneously solve the quadratic. 3 non-equal, non-isometric root pairs. Then, by extension, even though I haven't done it, if you need a cubic to solve a quadratic, if you need a real cubic to solve a quadratic over the quaternions, then obviously you need a real quartic to solve a cubic over the quaternions. Alright, guys, here's what we gotta do. I'm off the phone. So, we're gonna have to start writing about complex numbers. And I was actually preparing to do that the night before election day. But I said, fuck it. They're either going to rig it or they're not. And if they do rig it, then I'll write it. And, well, they are rigging it. So, we're going to have to write it. I'm going to have to open Gemini, so hold on. We're gonna be here for a while tonight. I need water. I'm fucking thirsty, man. Hold on. Alright. What do I want to put in the background while I'm writing this horror that I was hoping that I wasn't going to have to fucking write? I really wished they would just fucking go away and stop rigging these elections. Unfortunately, I must continue writing about election fraud. So, it is what it is. And I'm trying to think of something to put on the background. This is not going to be a fun... The next few days are going to be very unfun. So... Alright. I think it's time for Morgan Crone of War. First, I gotta check the math on this.
shadow. Over woods and over mountains, searching for a war. Where wings embrace each strife and battle, where swords they clash and chariots rattle. Seeking out the one whose time has come to take the blade. Mooring an ancient crone of war, I see your face, I'll cry no more. Mooring an ancient crone of war, come lift me on your wings. Mooring an ancient crone of war, I hear a voice, I'll breathe no more. Mooring an ancient crone of war, come set my spirit free.
Looking for my pen. Hold on, I'm looking for my pen to write on the computer. Come on. Where is everything? Can't really do much without my pen. Oh my god, come on. No. I really can't do very much without that. It never even left the fucking computer.
Yeah, why would it? I just looked behind. Yeah, did you get on the floor?
Hey, you have a flashlight? Oh, this is fucking fuck! I'm gonna say it disappeared because I don't see it.
When's the last time you had it?
2 nights ago. Or it was in my suitcase. And I did take it to Nevada, but I know I came back.
Did you leave in the top drawer? Or where the books are? Where your books are?
Oh, this is so fucking bad. No, it's gone. I would have found it by now. Nope. Kill me. Yep. Come on. It's gotta be fucking somewhere. It can't have left the room, Alice. There's no way it left the room because I had it out a few days ago.
Yeah, so it's gotta be in there.
I looked in the coat pockets. Well, we're going to have to make do without my pen. So, guys, I have no way of drawing on the whiteboard on my computer. I just turned over the whole house and I can't find it. The stylus to write on my pen. So, option B, we're going to have to write it in latex in a separate document. Oh, this is so fucking annoying. I just want to look a little longer for this thing. This is... Come on, man. so fucking frustrating. I'm gonna look for at least another few minutes. This is so I can't find my stylus. Oh my god, dude. I feel like I'm crippled without that. All right, I have to order another pen, but we'll just give me a few minutes, guys. We'll make do without it tonight, but not having this is really fucking annoying. So I gotta turn off the stream while I put in my credit card information. Oh my god. Alright, well, since we don't have a pen to write with, there'll be no whiteboard until Sunday. So, it is what it is. Oh, let me start this song again. I didn't even get to hear while I was looking for my pen. We'll use Wolfram for now. Now my keyboard is acting weird. Oh, God, I don't get a fucking break. Now I can't type anything. Oh, this is such bullshit. I just can't. I can't be everything that's everything that can go wrong technically is going wrong right now. Now I can't use my keyboard. Alright, now I can use my keyboard. Amazing. Alright. I have no idea what just happened. Like, my keyboard wasn't even responding to me. Holy shit, dude. Shadow, I have no idea what the fuck is going on, man.
crow fly, feed a shadow. Over woods and over mountains, searching for a war. where wings embrace each strife and battle, where swords they clash and chariots rattle, seeking out the one whose time has come to take the blade. Mooring an ancient crone of war, I see your face, I'll cry no more. Mooring an ancient crone of war, come lift me on your wings. Mooring an ancient crone of war, I hear a voice, I'll breathe no more. Mooring an ancient crone of war, come set my spirit free.
Okay, so the math is right here. Yeah, that's what I did, dude. I like unplugged my keyboard and shit. Like I had no idea what was going on, dude.
Over hills and over meadows, see the crow fly, feel her shadow. Over woods and over mountains, searching for a war. Her wings embrace each strife and battle, where swords they clash and chariots rattle, seeking out the one whose time has come to take the blade. Mooring an ancient throne of war, I see her face, I'll cry no more. Mooring an ancient throne of war, come lift me on your wings. Mooring an ancient throne of war, I hear your voice, I'll breathe no more. Mooring an ancient throne of war, come set my spirit free.
Etsy knows these aren't the sounds of holiday gifting.
Oh.
Well, not the ones you're hoping for.
Ah, okay. Thank you?
You want squeals of delight
Yes!
and spontaneously written songs of joy.
I am so happy. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
To get those, make everyone on your list feel heard with gifts like personalized jewelry, custom artwork, vintage pieces, and home decor. For original gifts that say, I get you, Etsy has it.
fly, feel her shadow. Over woods and over mountains, searching for a war. Her wings embrace each strife and battle, with swords they clash and chariots rattle, seeking out the one whose time has come to take the blade. Morrigan, ancient crone of war, I see your face, I'll cry no more. Morrigan, ancient crone of war, come lift me on your wings. Morrigan, ancient crone of war, I hear your voice, I'll breathe no more. Morrigan, ancient crone of war, come set my spirit free.
Don't miss Macy's one-day sale with amazing gifts. Cozy throws, we've got them.
All right, I'm gonna go to the gas station. I'll be right back. Yeah, I gotta put gas in my car too because I'm running out of gas. So, guys, long story short is they are rigging the election. They've been rigging the election, and the only reason they didn't rig it against Trump was because they couldn't rig Pennsylvania. Had they managed to steal Pennsylvania, they would have stole the other states too. So, long story short is these assholes were ready to do they were ready to pull the trigger. The only thing that stopped them was that they lost Pennsylvania. We didn't stop them. Fear of the law didn't stop them. In fact, they're still doing it. All right, so I'll be right back. All right, whatever. I'll be right back. All right. Let's probably too early for Timcast. Yeah, maybe Dr. Steve Turley. You know, not having my my writing pen is really annoying. Oh, you know what would be fucking hilarious to watch? Alex Jones right now. I don't see, okay. Oh, okay. You know what? Let's watch
Welcome to Brighteon Broadcast News for Thursday, November 7th, 2024. Mike Adams here. We are now, this is the second day after the incredible Trump victory, the greatest political comeback.
Yeah, it was definitely having
history.
issues before the stream.
And we're starting
but
to
I
get
went
a
to the
picture
gas station.
of what this third Trump administration will look like. And yes, this is Trump's third victory. We're also realizing that because of the number of votes for Kamala and the number of votes for Biden, which were in the 60-something million range, it's very clear, and Dinesh D'Souza is also saying this, it's very clear that the 2020 election was stolen by the fabrication of somewhere around 18 million fake votes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's how big the cheating was. And actually, I should say, it was 18 million more rigged votes than normal. So in a normal election, the Democrats might actually be fabricating 20 million votes.
Right.
To get to 60-something million. There might only be, let's say, 40 million
like
Americans actually voting
million.
for Democrats.
30
in a typical election. So they're, and I'm just guessing at this number, this is just an estimate, but let's say they're printing 20 million fake ballots or fake votes every election. But in 2020,
they did 18
they did
million
another
more.
18 million on top of that. So maybe 38 million fake votes in 2020 in order to steal that election from Trump.
That's
how bad it was.
Yep.
Dinesh D'Souza said, quote, "Those 18 million votes were fake. They never existed. Democrats rigged and stole the 2020 election. So trying to account for those phantom votes is like trying to account for the absence of the tooth fairy." Yeah, exactly.
Perfect.
There's a lot.
He worded that perfectly.
Light. And
he
that's
worded
why
that perfectly. I love it.
I am suspicious. I am highly suspicious of the relatively easy concession that we just witnessed. I don't know about you folks, and I don't want to barf on everybody's party here because everybody's all euphoric right now. Like, Trump's going to save us. Trump's going to save America. So I'm not trying to take away from your party. Just saying that there's something about this that's super fishy to me, and it's not over till Trump is sworn in. And that's 10 weeks away, folks. 10 weeks away. A lot can happen between now and then. Now, granted, a lot of good things can also happen between now and then as well. And one of the good things that just happened is that Joel Salatin with Polyface Farms, who I interviewed with my co-host Todd Pittner, we interviewed him a few weeks ago, I don't know, 6 weeks, 8 weeks ago, whatever it was. He has been tapped to help lead the transition team for the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And so what I would like to do today is to rerun that interview with Joel Salatin. And even though I have other interviews already done that are waiting, and I apologize to those people that I've interviewed, because Joel is being tapped for at least an advisory position in the USDA, I'm going to run that interview. And also, another person I know, who I don't think his name has been made public, has also been tapped in an advisory role for the USDA. And then several people that I've interviewed, such as Kash Patel, for example, is Kash, or as I said his name during the interview, Kosh. I believe, isn't he ethnically, isn't he Pakistani? I think. I'd have to go back and double check that. But Kash Patel is, very patriotic American, and he's got a lot of experience as a prosecutor, as a federal prosecuting attorney, I believe. And if he gets tapped for a key position in the DOJ, that's going to be a game changer. This is all going to come down to who are the people that get tapped to run the Trump administration, because Trump can't, of course, run everything himself. And you and I, what we need to do, well, a couple of things. Number one, we need to be very, very vocal during these 10 weeks, very vocal about, number one, supporting good people who are going to get good things done. And I would put RFK Jr. in that category. I would put Joel Salatin in that category, and Kash Patel and a lot of other people. And we also need to call out the neocons and the John McCains that might be tapped, like Mike Pompeo. Forget it. We need to call that out. We need to loudly protest the John Boltons, the neocons, the warmongers, anybody like that, the backstabbers, the Mike Pences, the Bill Barrs, the James Comeys, all of them. So this is part of our job for the next 10 weeks, is we're going to be either the cheer squad or the condemnation squad, like, depending on the person. It is our job to judge these people right now during this selection process. We need to judge them all fairly but firmly, which is the way I say God judges us, fairly but firmly. So we are, you and I are sitting on the sidelines here. We're not going to be part of the administration. I mean, they're never going to invite me to join the administration, that's for sure. And probably not going to invite most of you to join the administration. That's fine. I don't want to go to D.C. I'm not going to go. If he gets tapped for a key position in the DOJ, that's going to be a game changer. This is all going to come down to who are the people that get tapped to run the Trump administration, because Trump can't, of course, run everything himself. And you and I, what we need to do, well, a couple of things. Number one, we need to be very, very vocal during these 10 weeks, very vocal about, number one, supporting good people who are going to get good things done. And I would put RFK Jr. in that category. I would put Joel Salatin in that category, and Kash Patel and a lot of other people. And we also need to call out the neocons and the John McCains that might be tapped, like Mike Pompeo. Forget it. We need to call that out. We need to loudly protest the John Boltons, the neocons, the warmongers, anybody like that, the backstabbers, the Mike Pences, the Bill Barrs, the James Comeys, all of them. So this is part of our job for the next 10 weeks, is we're going to be either the cheer squad or the condemnation squad, like, depending on the person. It is our job to judge these people right now during this selection process. We need to judge them all fairly but firmly, which is the way I say God judges us, fairly but firmly. So we are, you and I are sitting on the sidelines here. We're not going to be part of the administration. I mean, they're never going to invite me to join the administration, that's for sure. And probably not going to invite most of you to join the administration. That's fine. I don't want to go to D.C. I'm not going to go to that swamp town. Are you kidding me? I prefer Texas. I prefer rural living on a ranch. But anyway, we're on the sidelines. So what is our job? We need to bring transparency to this. In fact, I'm working with some other people to form an independent media alliance that is not beholden to Trump or Maha or MAGA. And we are going to put out a ton of honest, independent reporting to help keep the Trump administration honest, hold their feet to the fire, so to speak. make sure they do what they say they're going to do. And that's the right job of the independent media, by the way. That's the job of the free press. So we're going to do that job. We're taking on that job. Somebody's got to do it. Why not us, right? By the way, I want to say thank you to the very nice couple that sent me a handwritten message that I have right in front of me here. It says, God bless you, Mike Adams. Keep up the good work. Handwritten is very inspiring. Thank you. That's DNB is all I'll say. DNB, you know who you are. Thank you for sending that note. It is much appreciated. God bless you too. All right, we've got a lot to cover here today. I want to step back and say something in the greater context. I've been doing this podcast for 4 years now. I began this podcast, which was originally called Situation Update. I began it in 2020, right after the election was stolen by the Democrats. And yes, we know they rigged it. We know they stole it. I am astonished that to this day, people like Ben Shapiro refuse to say that the election was stolen. You know, Ben Shapiro, who was anti-Trump for a long time, he helped lead the anti-Trump movement, and he was a vaccine pusher, might still be. And he says the 2020 election was all legit. I mean, what a deceiver. Why does Trump follow that guy around? Unbelievable. 2020 was rigged. The entire Biden administration was illegal. Literally everything that Biden signed needs to be nullified and reversed. I mean, every DOJ prosecution, every executive order, every law, all of it. None of it is legally binding. None of it is constitutional because that election was rigged. And that goes for Senate seats and House seats, all of it, you know, for the last 4 years plus, actually 6 years. So we'll see if any of that gets rehashed. But I began this podcast 4 years ago. Again, it was called Situation Update. And I thought at the time, that the election fraud would be exposed within months. I thought it would be exposed before January 6th of 2021. Little did I know that was only the beginning of 4 years of absolute hell and tyranny under the Democrats' tyrannical authoritarian regime run by criminals and terrorists. In the FBI, the DOJ, the White House, the State Department, the FDA, the CDC, the EPA, you name it, a cabal of criminals and terrorists. And what they did for 4 years is they looted this country. They laundered hundreds of billions of dollars in foreign aid money through Ukraine and through Israel. They shut down America's domestic energy production as much as they could. They sabotaged elements of the food supply. They raided the homes of numerous innocent people like Roger Stone. They threw people in jail like Steve Bannon. And they have incarcerated the January 6th political prisoners. Many are still in prison right now, still to this day. I mean, talk about a tyrannical regime. And these same tyrants are still in power again for the next 10 weeks. None of us are safe until they are out of power. And many of them should be arrested and prosecuted themselves. But I thought naively that this whole thing could be overturned by January 6th of 2021, because I thought, surely, I mean, the evidence is so conclusive. Look at all the evidence of the rigging. Look at the statistical evidence. It's abundantly clear here. And we had many experts come out and testify, and it was irrefutable, but no court would hear it. They all ruled there's no standing. Somehow, if you're a voter in America, you have no standing in an election if it's rigged by the Democrats. It was all ruled no standing, and they got away with the steal. And I said to you during those months, I said, I will continue this podcast until Trump is returned to the White House. Remember me saying that 4 years ago? Little did I know I was signing up for 4 years of a daily podcast, which was not my intention. And here we are 4 years later, and now it appears that we are on track for this goal to be achieved. But I want to tell you this. I'm not stopping this podcast until Trump is returned to the White House. And even then, well, we'll have to see. But you've got me until at least January 20th. And probably somewhat beyond that as well. And even then, I'm not going to stop communicating. I might just reduce the frequency, but I kind of feel like 2025 is going to be a really crazy, wild year. And I don't think that the United States of America, as we know it, is going to survive intact. I don't. And I do think that Trump is the last president of these United States of America. And what's funny is I said that like 6 years ago. You may recall me saying that. And I also predicted something like 6 years ago that the United States of America would no longer exist as we know it by the end of 2025. That's a long-standing prediction that I've made publicly. Now, if you think about it, given that Joe Biden was never the president and that Trump is now being restored to the presidency, it looks like this prediction / prophecy is on track to become quite true, that Donald Trump will be the last president of the United States of America, having won 3 elections and then served 2 terms, or at least part of the second term, depending on what happens. Joe Biden was never president. So that prediction, it seems, is coming true. Not that I don't care if the prediction is accurate or not. I'm just saying that Joe Biden doesn't count. He was never president. He was never elected. And I do believe that that truth is going to come out, by the way. I think that's going to come out. In fact, I've written a story. It's up on naturalnews.com right now. And I've even published it on my Substack page. It's called The Top 12 Priorities for Trump's America in 2025. And I just want to list these top 12 priorities because I was scanning Brighteon.social and also the videos on Brighteon.com. And I've got, Brighteon.io, which is the decentralized social media platform. I was scanning a bunch of messages and I just making notes and trying to coalesce the top requests from people, the top sort of demands. What does everybody want Trump to do? Now, you can imagine Trump is just being inundated with all kinds of requests. Like, Trump, you got to do this, you got to do that. And if you think about it, these next 10 weeks, it's going to be Trump's team, whoever that is, sorting through all this stuff and trying to figure out what are the top priorities, what's doable, what's not doable. It's got to be a legal review on all this stuff. And who's even doing the legal review? I don't know. I wish I knew, but we will find out in time. We have to offer these people some patience here because this is not an easy thing. And before I read this list, I want to say too, I am under no illusions that thinking that just because Trump got elected, that now suddenly the United States government is our savior. Now everything's going to be great because the right people are running the system that's just proven itself to be a system of terror for the last 4 years, a system of coercion and confiscation, a system that can selectively target people and prosecute people and jail people because of their beliefs. The system is dangerous. The very existence of the system is dangerous. And ultimately, none of us are really free. None of us are safe until the system is very aggressively defunded. And I'm talking about slashing the size of government by 90%, federal government, 90%, if not more. And I'll talk about that more in a minute. But just as I read this list for you, don't misunderstand me. Don't think that I'm worshiping government or saying that government's the answer. It's just that if Trump's going to be there, he can get a lot of important things done until the empire collapses, which is coming. So priority number 1, I think he's got to free the J6 political prisoners, and I mean all of them. He's got to reverse the prosecutions, set those people free, and he's got to pardon, somehow he's got to find a way to pardon Tina Peters in Colorado, even though she was convicted at the state level. She needs to be set free. She was sentenced to some insane, 6 years or something in prison, simply because she worked for the state government and she was trying to preserve and protect the electoral record, the voting records. And so the malicious Democrats, the demon rats in California, they prosecuted her and jailed her. She's got to be set free. I've also said Edward Snowden deserves a pardon. I would also say Julian Assange deserves a pardon, except that case has already been, you could say, resolved, and he's already been set free, relatively speaking, although he had to admit to something that he did not do. And Ross Ulbricht needs to be pardoned as well. Priority number 2, prosecute the traitors and the election fraudsters. I say it's time. It's time to prosecute every single person that engaged in election fraud. And I'm talking about 2016, 2018, 20, 22, 24. Any time in the last decade, if you engage in election fraud willingly, you need to be prosecuted. And I would only say that we should offer some kind of amnesty for those who are willing to confess. If you're willing to confess to your role in election fraud, specifically to confess everything, then we need kind of a reconciliation system and public hearings, confessions, and people need to name others who were the co-conspirators with them. If you're willing to confess, then I think you should be immune from prosecution.
I agree
but for
with
those
that.
who do not confess, they should be prosecuted, and if found guilty, they should be removed from society by being sentenced to life in prison without parole, in my opinion. Because they put this country through hell for 4 years, and we very nearly lost this nation. In fact, it's not over yet. We're not out of the woods yet, which I'll get to in a minute. Priority number 3, deport the illegals and build a wall to protect the southern border. Yes, we have to deport millions of illegals who crossed the border illegally. They've violated the law. Many of them are members of gangs and drug cartels, and they're carrying out acts of violence, raping and thievery and pillaging and murders and who knows what else, carjackings. It's time to find them and boot them out of the country. Boot them out and record their names and fingerprints so that we know if they come back in, well, then it's, strike 2. And guess what happens in strike 3? Well, I guess we'll let the Trump administration decide that. Priority number 4, end medical tyranny and eliminate the FDA, CDC, EPA, and USDA. In fact, we need to end direct-to-consumer drug advertising, DTC ads, as they're called. That'll stop Pfizer from controlling the media or other pharma companies. And by the way, I think there need to be criminal prosecutions of the vaccine makers and the COVID pushers, and we'll talk about that later. But these agencies, FDA, CDC, EPA, USDA, there's a lot more in that list. DEA, ATF, IRS. Can you think of a single good thing that any of these agencies do for this country? Anything good? There was a rumor floating around that Representative Thomas Massie was going to be picked to head up the USDA. He's denied that. He's a congressman, and he believes in clean food and decentralized farming and food production. Great guy. He also resists taking any Zionist money from the Israeli lobbies, by the way. So he's one of the few. But I don't want Thomas Massie to run the USDA. I want Trump to end the USDA. I want the budget of every federal agency to be exactly $0. I can't think of a single good thing that any of these agencies do for America. None of them do anything for us. They are dangerous, out of control, overzealous, arrogant terrorist organizations. They run around terrorizing America. The FDA terrorizes manufacturers of nutritional supplements and superfoods and anything that's healthy. Herbal supplements, natural remedies, homeopathy. They just get terrorized by the FDA. What is the CDC but a propaganda front for Big Pharma? And the EPA, give me a break. They're trying to destroy our economy by outlawing combustion engines, claiming that carbon dioxide is a pollutant when it's the single most important molecule for photosynthesis and growing food crops and growing rainforests and trees and supporting ocean life even. The EPA is a terrorist organization, an anti-science terrorist cabal of criminals. The EPA does nothing good for this nation. The USDA, all they do is approve toxic poisons to be sprayed on the food supply. For the most part. And sometimes they're involved in bioweapons research to build agricultural bioweapons that, end up becoming dangerous tick-borne diseases and things like that. I mean, none of these agencies do anything good for humanity or the world or America. End them all. Defund them all. We don't need a single one of these. And see, that's a big difference. A lot of people are cheering, like RFK Jr. might come in and run Health and Human Services. And I've said positive things about that too, but only in the context of saying that RFK Jr., it's like, I mean, I hope you don't mind me using this metaphor, but it's just a metaphor. It's like pulling the pin on a grenade and rolling it into the offices of a bunch of bureaucrats, except this is a metaphor, a cartoonish metaphor. But that grenade is called RFK Jr., and when it detonates, like, it just blows people out of their jobs. You know? Like, that's, I mean, it's a cartoonish, like a Roadrunner, Bugs Bunny type of, you know, kaboom, and everybody's blown out of their jobs. I'm not advocating violence against any government officials, although they resort to violence against us all the time. Chemical violence, medical violence, vaccine violence, you name it. But I'm not advocating violence. I'm just saying that somebody like RFK Jr., you could roll him in there, and if he, quote, detonates the system, he could effectively, you know, reform it. You could call it a reform or an implosion or a detonation, but what really needs to happen is that RFK Jr. needs to just slash that thing down to nothing. Like, just prune it till there's nothing left. You could call it reforms, but really what needs to happen is that the whole damn thing needs to be shut down. In fact, the whole concept of the federal government is obsolete at this point. We don't need a federal government. We need no federal government whatsoever. What do they do well? Nothing. They function as parasites on society. And they threaten everybody and coerce everybody and loot the country and steal money from people and print their own counterfeit currency and start wars and cause untold human suffering and death around the world. They don't do anything good. And they steal land from the American people. How much of the land out west is, quote, federal land? I think like 80% of Nevada or Utah has been taken by the federal government. Yeah, the government just steals all the land and says, well, it's ours now. It's just a giant looting operation, folks. And that's why priority number 5 here is end all federal income taxes on individuals and eliminate the IRS. And I've even added that the IRS should refund the last 5 years of all tax payments from all individuals. Just give it back to the people, because the IRS stole it in the first place. The government stole it from the people. There's no need to tax the people to fund the government. That's absurd. The government prints the money. You don't need to run around collecting money from people. Huh. I mean, centuries ago, kings had to do that because they needed to gather up coinage. They couldn't just, you know, print their own money. They had to gather the coins from people because the coins actually were made of, you know, gold and silver and so on. Today, it's mostly digital. The government can just digitally create whatever money it wants. It doesn't need to tax anybody for anything. No taxation necessary. Therefore, no IRS is necessary. Get rid of it. Stop the terrorizing of the American people with the IRS. Let people just keep what they earn, man. I mean, isn't printing money enough of a tax? And then you got to take people's money on top of that? And this whole idea that, oh, the government needs revenue to fund its operations, that's nonsense. Anybody saying that is a liar. They're lying to you. They know they're lying to you. There's no relationship between government revenues and government spending. And government spending certainly is not limited by government revenues. Otherwise, the debt clock wouldn't be exploding every minute of every day with, what, $35 trillion in debt and counting, and $230 trillion in unfunded liabilities and so on. Yeah, this system's not going to be around much longer, by the way. But in the meantime, we should eliminate the IRS completely. Don't need it. The whole country used to be funded by tariffs alone. And even today, you could consider replacing the IRS with something like a national sales tax if you were making the revenue argument. But as I've said, there is no revenue needed by the federal government. It doesn't need revenue from the people. It just prints the money anyway. All right, priority number 6, restore freedom of speech and prosecute big tech platforms for years of censorship. It's time to throw people in prison who went along with censorship and deplatforming based on viewpoint discrimination. And we have all the receipts. My company's lawsuit that was filed on Memorial Day just lays it all out. how the Biden regime conspired with overseas NGOs and these so-called, anti-digital hate groups and whatever, all secretly funded by the deep state operators. And then they would launder those requests for censorship back to big tech, and then YouTube would ban anything that I said or posted. They would ban channels that just had me on as a guest, by the way. Like, my voice would trigger the highest algorithmic censorship of all of YouTube. Like, my voice could get any channel banned. And it's still that way. I tried to upload a Bible sermon a few weeks back, I don't know, a couple months ago, and they banned the first Bible sermon I uploaded too. Yeah, if you're Mike Adams, you can't even teach the Bible on YouTube. They will ban you. So that lawsuit is ongoing, but we have laid out all the evidence in that lawsuit. So if the Trump team wants to go after big tech, just read my lawsuit. It's the Brighteon Media lawsuit filed on Memorial Day. And if you want to reach out to my top legal advisor, it's Jason Fick, F-Y-K. Jason Fick. He's on Twitter. He's the expert on censorship and Section 230 law. And this lawsuit has everything, all the smoking gun evidence. So if Trump wants to end censorship, we've given him the blueprint of how to do it. It's funny because in 2016, I was trying to reach out to Trump to tell him that there was censorship. Trump did not even know there was censorship until about 2020. He wasn't even on his radar, by the way. Even while myself and Alex Jones and a lot of us early people, we were being just deplatformed left and right. I was deplatformed from all those platforms, YouTube included, even before Alex Jones, by the way. Yeah, they went after me first because they knew what we were building, and they knew that organic influence from a real person who isn't compromised and can't be bought off, that's powerful. So they had to shut me down. Was that more than 8 years ago at this point? Actually, it was about 10 years ago that they started shutting me down. So I've spent a decade being blacklisted and censored by big tech, which has cost my company, who knows, untold amounts of lost revenues and so on. But it's not the money that counts as much as the violation of civil rights. So that has got to get solved. Priority number 7, outlaw grooming, DEI, and woke policies in corporations, government, and education. It should be illegal to discriminate against anybody based on their skin color, and that includes white people. So DEI policies that say that all white people are born in sin, that you're a bad person because you were born with fair skin, that's wrong. That should be outlawed. Just as it's wrong to unfairly target or discriminate against somebody because they have dark skin. It's wrong in every case, but somehow whites have no protections under the law whatsoever. And white men in particular, especially heterosexual white men, have zero protections. So we need to expand the protection laws to include everybody, not just people of color or just transgenders or gay people or women. It should be universal. If one group of people deserves protection, well, so does another group, because discrimination can target anybody. It should always be wrong to discriminate against people in government, in corporations, and in education, and in nonprofits based on their race, their skin color, their sexual orientation, their gender, their religion, etc. It's wrong in all those cases. It's time for the laws to be updated to reflect that. Priority number 8, Nuremberg 2.0 trials for the COVID criminals and the depopulation vaccine pushers. Now, this is a touchy subject for the Trump administration. Trump doesn't want to talk about the vaccines very much, really. Doesn't want to talk about mRNA because of, Operation Warp Speed and all of that. And frankly, this has been one of the main areas of criticism against Trump is, hey, why didn't you come out and say the vaccines were wrong? He's never said they were wrong, and people are still hammering him over this very issue, and I think the criticism is justified. But look, Trump never forced anybody to take the vaccine, that's for sure. He never pushed vaccine mandates, and he's opposed to vaccine mandates, so that's something really positive in his favor. But the Democrats And the corporations and the universities and the airlines and the government offices, etc., they all pushed vaccine mandates, and they coerced people through threats of you're going to lose your job, you're not going to be able to visit your parent in the nursing home, you're not going to be able to visit your child in a university, whatever. You can't fly, you can't travel unless you take these jabs. That was coercion, and that was not just wrong morally. That was a criminal violation of civil rights, in my opinion. And I believe that those who pushed these vaccines, but especially those who helped build them, who engineered them, and who knowingly pushed the jabs, the lockdowns, who hid the truth about all of this, who covered up the dangers of the vaccines. And I'm talking about heads of big pharma. I'm talking about high-level people in the FDA and the CDC and many others. In my opinion, all these people should be put on trial for crimes against humanity. And I'm talking Bill Gates too. Any globalist involved in this whole scheme, this mass media psyop, they should all be prosecuted, in my opinion. And history needs to know the truth about all of this. In fact, this is the number one thing that I think RFK Jr. could achieve for us, because he wrote the book on Fauci. He wrote the book on Fauci. I interviewed him about that book a couple of years ago. I've got that book around here. Fauci needs to be prosecuted, in my opinion. The truth needs to come out. And by the way, I'm all for offering amnesty to people who want to offer full confessions. Full confessions. You lay out for history everything that you did. Fauci or Collins, Bill Gates, Walensky, all these people. Birx, you lay it out. I'm willing to grant you amnesty. But I want you to tell the truth. And I'm talking about days of testimony. You lay out everything that you did to murder people and to deceive people and to push a pandemic, because history needs to know the truth. And by the way, that's my opinion on a lot of this stuff. If Trump decides to prosecute many people for many crimes that have been committed, crimes of election rigging, crimes of treason, Mayorkas, I believe, needs to be prosecuted for his crimes of invading the United States, of building the invasion camps, funding them, organizing them, engineering the mass invasion of this country. Mayorkas is one of the worst criminal masterminds in the history of this nation, in my opinion. He needs to be prosecuted. But if he were to confess everything, and I mean everything, like a book of confessions, 100 hours of recorded confessions, because he did a lot of crimes, I am more than happy to give him amnesty. I am not here to just have, vengeance and lock people up. But we need the truth. We need the confessions. And, this gets me to another point. I'll mention it now, which is that there's a lot of talk online about, we need to come together now. We need all this healing, and this is the kumbaya time. We need to just everybody love each other and hug each other. Are you kidding me? You have no memory of what the Democrats did to Trump for 4 years during his administration? How they resisted Trump's victory in 2016? You have no memory of what happened over just the last 4 years? The tyranny, the coercion, the mass arrests, the FBI kicking in people's doors at 3 o'clock in the morning? The lies, the deceptions, the absolute financial ruining of people like General Flynn? You have no memory of all that? No. I'm sorry. This is not a time of lovey-dovey, huggy reconciliation. There can be no reconciliation without accountability. And I don't have vengeance on my heart. I'm willing to let everybody off the hook if they confess to everything they did. There needs to be accountability. There need to be confessions. So I'm talking about, we need 6 months of just nonstop confessions in the halls of the Senate or something of all these people showing up and confessing to all their crimes, COVID crimes, election crimes, border invasion crimes, all of it. And then, as far as I'm concerned, we record all that. History is retold with accuracy. Those people can go on and live their lives in shame, of course, for what they have done, but I don't need to see any of them spend a day in prison if they just tell the truth. I think history demands far more that we know the truth than to just punish these people for their crimes. You know, their crime is living with themselves. Their crime, I mean, God will judge them anyway. And God will judge them harshly for what they have done, especially those who were involved in the COVID murders, the genocide against humanity. They will be judged harshly. But God will inflict that judgment upon them. We don't have to do that as a society if they are willing to confess. So that should be the choice to all these people. Confess or be prosecuted. Very simple. This should be the universal offer. And the way that works, by the way, in terms of legal language is to say, you cannot be prosecuted for anything to which you confess. So if they leave anything out of their confession, they can be prosecuted for that. You see? So that's a motivation to confess to everything that they did. Full confession, and then you have full immunity. If you only offer a partial confession, well, you only have partial immunity. You can still be prosecuted for the things that you held back. That's the way it works. And that's exactly what this nation needs. This nation needs to heal, but in order to heal, the truth has to be told. It's kind of like, you know, taking out the garbage. You got a bunch of garbage, smelly, stinky garbage in a trash can. Your job is to take out that garbage. Do you want to hug the garbage? Do you want to love the garbage? Do you want to just get close and snuggly with the garbage? No, the garbage stinks. The garbage is nasty. You want to get it out of there. You don't hug the garbage. You take out the garbage. That's what we need to do in this country. You take out the garbage, and then you ask the garbage to confess, or you'll put the garbage in prison. It's that simple. Either way, if they confess, then the garbage kind of transforms into not so garbagey, let's say. And if they don't confess, well, then you put them in prison where the garbage belongs. So that's how you take out the garbage in this country. It's going to take some super hefty bags. All right, priority number 9, get the USA out of foreign wars and end NATO. Yeah, it's time to end NATO. There's no purpose for NATO. NATO's a joke. And why is the USA covering all the defensive costs of the Western European nations anyway? What's that all about? That's nonsense. Let the European countries pay for their own defense. I mean, if Macron wants to act like a big tough guy and threaten Putin all day long, okay, go for it. You fund your own anti-nuclear defense systems. You fund your own tanks, your own troops. France, go for it. How many troops do you have? Not that many, turns out. I mean, if you only count the non-woke ones. Same thing with the UK. How many troops do you have in the UK that can actually fight? Oh, that can fight? Oh, not that many. Probably about 20,000 total that can actually fight. That's about it. UK, they're done, man. France is done. Germany's done. You know what? The strongest member of NATO is going to end up being Turkey, but Turkey's going to leave NATO. Because who wants to be part of that joke group, clown show? NATO's a joke. Even after funding Ukraine with all weapons and money, hundreds of billions of dollars from multiple countries and all kinds of weapon systems, Ukraine's on the verge of collapse. Zelensky's in a total panic at this point. He's totally panicked that Trump has won this election because Trump knows that war doesn't make economies strong. Trump wants to get us out of wars, I believe. And I hope he does that with Israel as well. But Trump's going to end the war with Russia. And I think Russia knows that too. Zelensky's in a total panic. Right now, believe me, Zelensky and the rest of his corrupt cabal of cronies, they are loading up dollars and gold bars, and they're booking private flights out of the country. They're getting duplicate passports. They are getting out of Dodge. And the nearly 600,000 deaths that they caused of their own people, well, they will have no remorse for that because they're just evil people. The leaders, they're just evil. just like the leaders of the U.S. have been, just evil. They don't care who dies. They don't care. But Ukraine is on the verge of collapse. It won't be long now. I'll be shocked if Zelensky is still alive by the end of this calendar year, which means probably has less than 2 months to live. I'll be shocked if Ukraine hasn't collapsed by the end of this year in some form or fashion. Maybe they can kick it into late January because of Trump not yet being president. But let me push that out. Let me adjust it and say I'll be shocked if by the end of January, if Ukraine is still standing as we know it, and if Zelensky is still alive. I think Zelensky's a goner. And frankly, right now, based on what's happening with Israel, they may be stringing up Netanyahu before then too. Netanyahu, one of the worst war criminals in history. Even Yoav Gallant has had enough of him. You know that Netanyahu fired Gallant just 2 days ago, and now I know why. Because Gallant wanted to conduct an investigation into what really happened on October 7th of 23. The stand down that allowed Hamas to wage an attack. That stand down was coordinated by Netanyahu. And then on top of that, Gallant, he wants the military to take actions that make sense. In other words, to only try to do what the military is capable of doing, which does not include overrunning Lebanon. But Netanyahu, on the other hand, like raving like a lunatic Adolf Hitler, moving around imaginary battalions on the battlefield. Netanyahu's like, invade Lebanon, take Lebanon, drive the tanks to Beirut, kill everybody in Gaza and the West Bank, kill them all. And Gallant is saying, well, sir, we can't. We tried and we can't. Our soldiers are actually, they've been turned into kind of little sissy soy boys, frankly. They're not warriors anymore. They don't know how to fight. That's the IDF. They're really good at bombing women and children from the air. They're really bad at fighting men on the ground. That's the truth about the IDF. Sickening group of cowards and demons. And they're just defeated again and again by Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. The IDF can't beat Hezbollah. The IDF can't destroy Hamas. And the IDF and Israel, certainly, they found out they can't really hit Iran very hard either. They can't defeat Iran's air defenses. But Iran can hit Israel anytime they want. And Israel can't stop them. So I think Gallant has been giving this news to Netanyahu like, sir, the Iron Dome doesn't work. The soldiers are all woke and weak. Our Merkava tanks are getting blown up. And we didn't make much progress in the incursion into Lebanon, We couldn't even fight Hamas in the tunnels in Gaza. All we can do is basically just blow up buildings and hospitals, and mosques and universities and so on. That's about all the IDF can do. And Netanyahu got mad and fired him. And so the Israeli people are about to overthrow Netanyahu. And I wouldn't be surprised, like I said, if they string that guy up. And if we find Netanyahu swinging from a street lamp by his neck in the next couple of months, I would not be surprised. And frankly, I think most of the world would be very happy to see that happen. And a lot of Israel would be happy to see that happen because Netanyahu is such a criminal. And by the way, the IDF is running out of men. They're running out of men. Because the men that are fighting are getting killed and wounded, and the ones that aren't, they're having mental breakdowns, and now they're starting to kill themselves. It's like every day another IDF pilot or a bulldozer driver just offs himself. Blows a hole in his head. Normally after murdering hundreds or thousands of Palestinians, and then they kill themselves. But that's what it has come to. It's a culture of satanic death. And this is one of the key things that we need to watch with MAGA and Maha. We've got to watch this. Trump and RFK Jr., both of whom receive a lot of funding and financial support from Zionists who are part of this accelerationist, religious cult of end times prophecy, that they think that they have to murder everybody and sacrifice everything in order for God to come save Israel or some such thing. They've got to build a third temple. These people are driven by total insanity. And yet they have an iron grip over the United States Congress and the Trump administration. So that's something we got to watch very, very closely, because Trump's got to put America first, not Israel first. And we will call him out if he veers into Zionist territory. All right, anyway, that's all priority number 9, get the USA out of foreign wars. Priority number 10, this is the Ron Paul priority, end the Fed and halt the fiat currency mass counterfeiting operation, because it's only going to end in financial collapse. So, by the way, Ron Paul was right the entire time. Ron Paul has been right. The Fed is a criminal scam. It's a money counterfeiting and laundering operation. It's basically a confiscation scheme. And it's kind of a debt-based Ponzi scheme, too, when you involve the Treasury and how U.S. debt is created and sold, and then who ends up footing the bill for that debt, i.e. you and I. Imagine that. We don't get to spend the money that they create, but we are burdened with the debt that they create. Yeah, that doesn't sound fair. And it's not. It's a criminal scam. The answer is not to put, the right person in charge of the Fed.
All right, I'm going to
The
make
answer
some
is to
coffee.
end the Fed. The
I'll be
answer
right
is
back.
to end the dollar, end fiat currency.
Bro, this shit's going to be fucking brutal, man.
The only long-term answer is to decentralize money into the hands of the people. And that means gold and silver, or gold-backed currency that can't be counterfeited, or something like Bitcoin that also can't be counterfeited by governments. That's one of the best things about Bitcoin. Nobody can artificially create it. That gives it intrinsic scarcity. Plus it has, divisibility and transferability and non-confiscatability and so on. And that's why ultimately, the Biden regime has always been trying to shut it down. But Trump is pro-Bitcoin. And that's why when Trump won, Bitcoin went up to $74,000 or something like that. And gold dropped. Gold dropped quite a bit, like $80 in one day, something like that. Because, and by the way, that creates an incredible buying opportunity, I think, for gold and for silver. Because there's less panic in the world right now because Trump won. There's less panic. But I think that's premature for reasons I'll talk about here.
I agree there's less panic.
All right, priority number 11, fix the broken election system with paper ballots, nationwide voter ID, and same-day election results. We got to get the voting machines out. Done. That's been going on for decades, and that's how Democrats have rigged every election for decades.
Yep.
And as we talked about earlier, they came up with an extra 18 million votes in 2020. Those votes weren't real. They used the machines. The electronic voting machines have to go nationwide. No machines, all paper ballots. And the ballots have to be serialized. So each one has a unique serial number. Very simple. Nationwide voter ID. And you have to be a citizen to vote. You have to show up and give your ID. Very simple. Same day election results. No more excuses, no more delaying 3, 4, 12 days, which is when Democrats cheat. They just keep printing and running ballots until they get the numbers they want. They're still doing that right now in Arizona.
Yeah.
By the way, stealing it from Carrie Lake again. She's running for Senate right now. Stealing it from her. See if they pull that off. Arizona is so freaking corrupt under the Democrats. The Democrats are just straight out full-blown criminals, and the Democrat Party needs to be absolutely gutted and dismantled to never rise again to curse this nation with its presence. The Democrat Party is a party of criminality, of child mutilations, child grooming, and child trafficking, of money laundering and fraud, kickbacks and bribery. The Democrat Party is an insult to civilization. It is an insult to humanity. And it is an insult to the very founding principles of this nation, constitutional republic. And I hope that once the truths come out, some of them that we've been talking about here, the Democrat Party ceases to exist and is shamed for all of history. All right, priority number 12. You got to end CIA control over the corporate media. And you need to yank the FCC broadcast licenses of all the media outlets that deliberately deceived America. That is the ones that pushed out the propaganda of the Russian dossier during the Trump years, that deliberately pushed COVID lies. You know, they're handed a memo and they're told, say this, say all vaccines are safe and effective, and say that everybody has to take a vaccine, and vaccines stop transmission. It was all lies. Brought to you by Pfizer. They're all working for the CIA. That's got to end. The entire corporate media has proven itself to be treasonous, dangerous to this nation, and the enemy of this nation, enemy of the American people. You can't trust them at all, and frankly, thankfully, most Americans do not trust the corporate media at all. All right, so we're going to segue into another discussion about what's coming over the next 10 weeks. But before I do that, I want to give credit, plug our sponsors today. The satellite phone store, SAT123.com, has been tremendous. They have made so many donations to critical people protecting the border in Texas, for example, people who ran rescue operations in North Carolina, people involved in Florida after the storms and flooding there, on and on. Many examples. The satellite phone store is helping people in need. That's SAT123.com. And don't forget, they now have, or Tina, her company, has a new line of what are called Escape Zone bags. Escape Zone. And you can find those at healthrangerstore.com/escape. And these Escape Zone bags, one of them is a tactical ballistic backpack. It's got bulletproof material in it. And it's got 4 different Faraday sections in it to hide and protect your electronics, hides you from surveillance, protects electronics from being, scanned, or from credit cards from being scanned, or IDs from being stolen, through electronically and so on. Faraday bags built into the backpack. They've got a women's purse with that. They have a laptop bag like that. And the ballistic version of that with bulletproof material is coming in about a month. They've got Faraday bags for your mobile phones, for tablets, and other smaller electronic devices as well. These are high quality, made in America, extraordinary, high-end products with Faraday, anti-electronic eavesdropping, and it protects all those electronics from EMP attacks. So if there's a solar flare or an EMP detonation, everything you have in these bags, Escape Zone bags, it's going to be protected from that. So go to healthrangerstore.com/escape. ESCAPE. Escape. And also, of course, you can just shop at healthrangerstore.com for your storable food needs, superfoods, nutritional supplements, and so much more. All of that. And every time you shop with us there, you help support this platform, as we're funding Brighteon.com and Brighteon.io, Brighteon Social, and giving away all kinds of things, massive donations through our church, Church of Natural Abundance. With your help, we raised $558,000, a little over half of which has been distributed and donated now. Just gave away another $15,500 worth of food locally over the weekend in Central Texas. I was also in touch with first responders and law enforcement and checking about the fires that broke out and asking if anybody needed food assistance from the fires, and they told me no, the fires were under control and it wasn't a massive tragedy. We did not have to mobilize for that. However, we will be mobilizing for any upcoming emergency disasters, and it's your support of us that allows us to do that. So God bless you. Thank you for your support. healthrangerstore.com. All right, with that said now, let's talk about the next 10 weeks. Now, here's my working theory on this, and again, I don't want to puke on your parade, so to speak. I know you're all having fun and celebrating that Trump won and everything's going to be great. And yeah, you know, tyranny was defeated in this election. The media lies, they were defeated. Absolutely. The deep state was defeated. That is worth celebrating. But my spidey sense is tingling on this because something is a little too easy about this so-called transition of power. A little too easy where Kamala calls Trump and concedes. You know, Hillary Clinton didn't do that. There was a great post from Kanakoa the Great on X. It says, in 2016, there was no peaceful transition of power. Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and the Democratic Party weaponized the FBI, DOJ, and the legacy media to frame Donald Trump as a Russian agent. They lied to a FISA court multiple times to secure wiretaps and surveillance on Trump and his team. For years, federal agency heads fed disinformation to the media to undermine the duly elected president. The same media that dismissed Hunter Biden's laptop as Russian disinformation perpetuated the very fine people hoax and portrayed Joe Biden as sharp as a tack, also lied to the public about the integrity of the 2020 election. Russiagate, along with disinformation campaigns and social media censorship from the left, fueled widespread distrust and deep frustration with our institutions, leading to the events of January 6th. Anyway, it goes on. I'm just trying to refresh your memory of how much the Democrats conspired to lie and cheat and fabricate false evidence and twist the intelligence agencies, and the corporate media went along with it. All of this in order to discredit Trump. Do you really think that they're just going to accept another Trump victory right now in 2024? Do you think that they're done with all of their nefarious activities? You think that they've thrown in the towel? They're like, okay, we'll just accept Trump now because, you know, we're a democracy and we believe in fairness, right? I'm sorry. If you believe that, you're getting hoodwinked. The Democrats, deep state, corporate media, they don't believe in fairness one bit. They don't believe in democracy. They don't even believe in elections. That's why they never trust elections. They rig them. They know that they rig elections. They know elections are rigged. They know their media is fake. They know they lie. They know they fabricate false evidence. They know they censor the truth. They know it, and they do it maliciously. Do you think that they've just magically changed because all of a sudden they're going to listen to the will of the American people who rejected them? Seriously, you really think that all the deep state and all the Democrats right now going, well, shucks, I guess we learned something really important now, didn't we? We learned, we'll just embrace Trump and then we'll do better next time. Sorry about that accent. I don't think that's a Democrat accent. I don't know how to talk like a fag, so I can't do the Democrat way. So anyway, there's no way they're going to accept it. Not a chance. What they're doing right now is they are pretending to be good people so that you let your guard down. They're pretending to accept the will of the people. The people have spoken. We shall accept it because we are a principled democracy. These are the same people who rigged the 2020 election on purpose, fabricated at least 18 million fake votes. These are the people who have still put peaceful J6 prisoners in prison to this day. And they ran the J6 PSYOP. They invoked it. It was an FBI operation. These are the people who run false flags, run hoaxes, lie, leak, everything. Lawfare against Trump. You know, all of a sudden now the DOJ is talking about, well, we're going to have to drop these charges against Trump. Proving it was all about election interference the entire time. The entire time. They tried everything to put Trump in jail. Everything. They lied. They leaked his tax returns and still couldn't find evidence of criminality. They tried to prosecute him in New York over a non-crime of having a realistic value on Mar-a-Lago that the bank agreed with when the bank made a loan. And Trump's companies paid the loan back with interest to the bank, and the bank was happy about that. But then New York comes along and says, well, we think that's a crime. Nonsense. These Democrats are demon rats. They are not honest. They are not going to accept this election. And what they're doing right now is they are plotting their next move. And their next move is going to happen within the next 10 weeks. This is my point here today. These people are not your friends. They're not civilized. They are not tolerant or accepting. They don't believe in democracy. They hate America. They hate Trump. And they hate Trump supporters most of all. They hate rural Americans. They hate Christians. They hate white people. They are so filled with hatred that when Trump won, a lot of these liberal white young women lost their minds. There are videos all over X of them just losing their freaking minds, screaming about now they believe that they are slaves and that they're all going to be hunted down. I've never seen this level of mass mental illness, but they've been brainwashed so completely by the Democrat brainwashing machine. You know, the Rachel Maddows of the world, the View, that show. The corporate media has been brainwashing these people into a level of extreme hatred and mass mental illness to the point where they do not believe in honoring election outcomes. They do not believe in America. They don't believe in the rule of law, and they will not accept Trump. They will not accept Trump. In fact, there's a march going on, protests in Chicago that are underway right now. Let me see if I can play some of this for you. So here they are with their Trump out signs of victory to the Palestinian resistance. So they've got the Antifa people out there. They're marching and screaming and they're hating on Trump. They're saying Trump is not their president. They're marching at night too, wondering where are the fireworks and where are the fires. Well, don't worry, that's coming. And oh, look, some of them are wearing masks as if they think like COVID is still a problem. Protesting out in front of, looks like a Trump property there. Let's see. It's got Free Palestine signs, my life is not yours to mandate. Obviously pro-abortion people. So far, these people look relatively peaceful. But believe me, they're just getting warmed up. They're just getting warmed up. And I gotta wonder, why are pro-Palestine people out there protesting Trump? Shouldn't they have been protesting Kamala and Biden? It was the Biden regime that sent all the bombs to Israel and all the money to Israel to bomb Palestinians in Gaza and to bomb Christians in Lebanon. Why aren't you protesting the current regime that's still in power? And Joe Biden just promised to accelerate sending more weapons to Ukraine and Israel. You know, hurry up and send more weapons. These people should be protesting at the White House, not the Trump property. Trump's not, you know, back in the White House yet. Trump's not the one calling the shots at the moment. But my point is that these protests, as peaceful as they are starting out right now, they're going to gain steam. Right now, the media's in shock. It's going to take them a couple of days to kind of regather themselves, like find all their lost marbles and drop them back into their empty skulls. But come next week, maybe even beginning this weekend, you're going to start to hear a narrative. It's going to sound something like, oh, we have to stop Hitler. We have to stop Hitler at all costs. If Trump is sworn in, we're going to lose this country. You know, so yesterday, maybe even today, it's about, oh, let's just accept the outcome of this election because we're all Americans and we can live together and we're going to respect the transition of power. You fast forward about a week, it's going to be like, Hitler's going to murder us all. We have to stop him at all costs. And that kind of energy is what's coming. That kind of Antifa energy. And there's going to be contrived elements of the Free Palestine movement, which I don't even believe are really organic. I think that now, I think a lot of globalism or the globalist entities and Antifa entities are just kind of now pretending to be Free Palestine people. I think they're just using that as a cover to protest Trump. But just like we saw in 2020, the anti-Trump protests are going to build and build and build to the point where who knows what's going to happen on or before January 6th. Now, of course, when the left protests on January 6th, they won't call it an insurrection. They won't call it, worse than Pearl Harbor, the greatest threat to our democracy. They'll say they're saving democracy against Trump. You see, when they're attacking Trump, it's saving democracy no matter what. So we should expect a lot of shenanigans between now and January 6th and also January 20th. But even more, the deep state, the intelligence community, they've got all kinds of weapons they can unleash over the next 10 weeks. And you know what these weapons are because we've talked about them. And I don't just mean military tech like, an EMP attack, a cyber attack, a dirty bomb, a false flag nuclear detonation in a U.S. city, things like that. I'm talking about they have human weapons that Matt Bracken and Michael Yon warn about. Human weapons, masses of illegals and military-age males who have been trained as soldiers in other countries. They are pre-positioned in America. They have access to large supplies of weapons. And as I've warned before, there's going to be an activation day where these people are going to be activated to carry out sabotage operations against America. Oh, and you know what? There was a story on that. What is this? Yeah, here it is. A man in Tennessee was just arrested. This is on lawenforcementtoday.com. Man arrested after plotting unknowingly with an FBI informant to attack power stations with exploding drones. But what did I warn you was coming? I said they're going to hit power grid substations, and I said they're going to use a lot of drone warfare. That's coming. And Arizona, by the way, is going to be ground zero for a lot of this. So all of you in Arizona, keep your powder dry. Be on alert. But from this story out of Nashville, Skylar Filippi, 24 years old, is going to face federal charges after he allegedly attempted to attack an electrical substation in Nashville using a drone laden with explosive charges. he's going like full FPS drone in America. Filippi reportedly told a confidential human source that he was seeking to attack large interstate substations, taking them down to, quote, shock the system. And he also stated his desire to attack a YMCA in a mass shooting. What a demon, man. Who would shoot up the YMCA? Those are the good people. YMCA. Why would you shoot up a YMCA? We used to just say, down at the Y. We didn't even call it the YMCA. We just call it the Y. Where you been all afternoon? We were at the Y. Swimming in that filthy pool, that public pool full of pee at the Y. The pool at the Y is full of pee. It's a lot of letters in there. Remember those days? Anyway, apparently this guy, this man, according to the article, had, quote, researched past attacks and decided that an attack with firearms would be insufficient, and instead opted to use an explosive armed drone. Wow, so apparently he was doing something with a Nordic ritual, which included reciting a Nordic prayer. Where do you even find Nordic prayers? And discussing the Norse god Odin. He's like praising Odin and loading up the drone with explosives. And he told undercover FBI agents, quote, this is where the new age begins. And it was time to do something big that would be remembered in the annals of history. Okay. All right. Well, another psycho, a Norse god worshipping psycho in this case. That's a new one. I wonder if we're going to get like Roman god psychos and Hindu god psychos and whatever else. But this is a Norse god psycho. My point is, like, this guy doesn't even fit what I think is coming. I think it's going to be foreign actors mostly that, Yeah, they're going to use drones. They're going to use explosives. We know they've already smuggled IEDs into the country. We know they smuggled surface-to-air missiles. We know that. I have knowledge. I can't share the details, but I have knowledge of U.S. Secret Service visiting and consulting with people in my orbit who know about such weapons and have been trying to warn about it. And to their credit, the Secret Service listened. And this is one of the reasons why Trump altered his flight schedules. And this may be why Trump is still alive today, because they were trying to shoot the terrorists, whoever they are, they were trying to shoot Trump's plane out of the air. The point is they have these missiles smuggled into the U.S. right now to do that. They have RPGs. You know, watch Matt Bracken on X, by the way, and I'll have Matt back on too as a guest. They've got IEDs, they've got anti-personnel mines, they've got drones. Oh, I don't even think I've ever mentioned this before, but they've got heavy lift cargo or payload drones. Big heavy lift drones. Okay, so drones normally can't carry much, but they've got heavy lift drones that can carry like serious payloads far across the border. So they launch them from Mexico, they cross the border into Arizona, and they drop off supplies. I mean, they just land and detach and then fly back home across the border. And these are being run by, you know, communist Chinese agents working with the narcos. So that's how they're smuggling in all kinds of weapon systems right now. It's happening in Arizona right now. And I'm told that a big portion of the border patrol there is all paid off. Because if you don't accept the bribes, they shoot you and kill you. So mostly the agents accept the bribes. And so it's a highway of weapons being brought into this country. I mean, that is a fact. And I interviewed Dave Hodges not long ago, who confirmed same thing from some of his intel sources, which are different from my intel sources, by the way. One of his is a former DHS. Also, you know, I've interviewed Jeffrey Prather, who was not my source on this particular issue, but Jeffrey Prather overall confirms the same thing is happening. Jeffrey Prather, former DIA, former DEA. You know, my orbit of people that I interact with are a lot of former federal agents, law enforcement, former FBI, former special forces, you name it. And, you know, a lot of them are still in the loop of what's happening. And from time to time, there's certain types of information that they want to get out to the public. And that's when they come to me. And, you know, they'll send me redacted stuff. You know, they always secure the documents. You know, they honor operational security or OPSEC stuff. So they redact stuff. They never share anything with me that would compromise, you know, locations or any U.S. personnel or anything like that. They're very strict about that. And I don't push it. I don't tell them like, come on, man, give me the super secret. No, I don't want that stuff. I just tell them, you send me whatever you want made public, and that's it. Nothing more. And they do. And then I share it with you. And I've done that, you know, repeatedly over the years. I'm telling you, I've seen the documents, redacted documents, of the weapon systems that are being smuggled into this country. Why do you think they're bringing them in? You know, Mayorkas was part of this. The smuggling routes are not just run by China and the narcos. There's an element of cooperation with, you know, the anti-American operators inside the Biden regime, which is really the Obama regime. There's a setup that has been put in place. There's a setup. Something is coming. Some kind of big, I call it the activation day. And for a while, I thought they could activate it before the election. Well, thank God they did not. We made it through the election. That's a miracle. We should give thanks to God for that. When are they going to activate it now? Is it between now and January 6th? Or before January 20th? Are they going to wait for Trump to get in the White House and then activate it and throw this disaster in his lap? See, that's the question that's going through my mind right now. Like, when would be the most ideal strategic time for enemies of America and traitors of America to activate this massive asset they have, which is estimated to be between 500,000 and 1 million enemy combatants in this country right now. Think about it. That's like it's an army of maybe 1 million people with huge access to massive weapons. I didn't even mention all the weapons, but it's mortars, it's RPGs, it's surface-to-air missiles or SAMs, it's anti-personnel mines. What else? Well, it's drones. Oh, it's IEDs also. It's also full auto drop-in sears for their ARs, and it's illegal suppressors, it's night vision equipment, it's ballistic vests, GPS, comms equipment, all of it. Okay, all that stuff. They've got it all staged all over the country. When is the ideal day for that to be activated if you're the enemy of America and you're trying to bring down, especially trying to bring down the Trump administration, or you're trying to stop Trump from coming into power? So, think about this with me, logically. One possibility is they try to cause so much chaos before January 6th that January 6th can't even happen, and there's like a national emergency declared, martial law declared, transition of power is put on pause because everything's chaos before January 6th. So that's one possibility. And we need to be thinking about that. I'm not trying to push people into fear or anything. Again, not trying to rain on your Trump parade, but everything's not great until, there are so many forces that want to stop Trump from being sworn in. Until we get to that milestone, you can't let down your guard, is all I'm saying. But anyway, that's possibility number one. Or do they wait for Trump to be sworn in and then they start this thing and put it in Trump's lap and thereby force Trump to declare a national emergency and force Trump to declare, some kind of restriction of civil liberties as they're fighting against the enemy forces? And then guess what? The media can claim, see, we told you Trump is Hitler. Trump suspended the Constitution. Trump declared martial law, just like we warned you. It fulfills their worst fears about Trump. So that may be the plan, is they wait for Trump to get sworn in and then they unleash this chaos and they force Trump to deploy the military domestically against this invasion of maybe up to 1 million terrorists. Or even take the smaller number, say it's only 500,000. 500,000 is a massive army. That is a massive operation. That's like the total number of Ukrainian soldiers that have been killed or wounded so far in Ukraine. 500,000 enemy combatants in this country, and our military has been depleted of weapons on purpose because Joe Biden sent all the munitions to Ukraine and Israel. So we don't have any artillery remaining. We don't have any shells for our tanks, or hardly any. All the National Guard bases have been depleted. I've heard this. I've read about this. We've got almost nothing. There's almost no javelins, anti-tank man-pad systems left in the U.S. We don't have the armaments domestically to fight a domestic war with an occupying enemy force. And that's probably the plan all along, was ship everything out of the U.S. and then get the U.S. invaded and activated with this invading enemy force and dump it all on Trump's lap and say, here, Trump, you deal with this. And then they blame Trump for everything that happens. Doesn't that sound like exactly what the Democrats and the deep state would do? Doesn't it sound like their kind of plan? And then along with that, they crash the banking system, cyber attacks on the power grid. Who knows what else? Dirty bomb nukes, the whole deal. So I'm guessing that the Democrats may lay low and play nice all the way through January 20th, possibly. And then after that, they just unleash total hell on this nation and blame everything on Trump. Crash the whole system. Pull the rug, basically. A giant rug pull on Trump. That's my guess. Might be wrong on that. I hope I'm wrong. But what are all these weapons doing smuggled into the U.S.? And Trump threatens to deport all these people, so they don't have an unlimited window of opportunity to just sit around and wait. They're going to be activated soon after Trump gets sworn in, if not earlier, because if Trump is given enough time, he'll start deporting all these people. That'll happen quickly. I know that from talking to Texas law enforcement. all they need is for ICE to tell them that they'll start taking illegals off their hands. And what's going to happen is that the local jails in Texas, they'll start emptying the jails and sending the illegals over to ICE, and then they'll start arresting local illegals to put into the jails. And this will just be like a conveyor belt of arresting illegals, shipping them over to ICE, and ICE boots them out of the country. Through this method alone, local law enforcement in Texas can probably deport hundreds of thousands of illegals in 1 year. And that's just Texas alone, maybe 1 million. So yeah, this can actually start very quickly. I know this is a fact because I've talked to the people who are going to do this. The only reason they're not doing it now is because the federal government, if you hand them over the illegals, they'll just release them back onto the streets. So it's pointless, you see. But this is coming. So bottom line, folks. All right. It's a strange time. I mean, on one hand, we're all very happy that Kamala was defeated, although we don't trust that they're going to accept that in the long run. Very thankful that God helped protect Trump. Very thankful that the voters came out and just fed up enough with all the years of criminality and suffering and terrorism under the government regime and all the government agencies and the FDA and the CDC and the EPA. Nothing but terrorists.
Okay.
I'm so glad that so many people came out to vote. It was amazing. But, folks, and I believe that Steve Bannon would agree with me on this point because Steve Bannon is a warrior. Steve Bannon's a fighter. And I believe that Steve Bannon would say right now, don't you dare let your guard down. This is just the beginning. All we've established right now is a beachhead. Now the real fight begins. Politically, I mean. The real fight for America begins. And that is, you've got to defend your commander, the Trump administration and Trump himself. You got to defend them. You got to keep him alive and get him sworn in. That's a milestone right there, just to make it to January 6th or to make it to January 20th, get him sworn in. And then, even then, now that just opens up, chapter 2 of the battle for America. Then you got to beat back all the engineered chaos and the sabotage ops and the activation of all the enemies of America that are already here domestically. And that is a multi-year project all by itself. And America will become a battleground. And I believe that Steve Bannon knows it. And I think that he's exactly the right person to help lead America through this because he is not woke. He's not weak. He's not a soy boy. And, look, I don't agree with Steve on everything. He doesn't agree with me on everything. But I honor the man's courage and will. And I think he's a great leader that we need right now in history to help us through this. And so I hope Team Trump leans on Steve Bannon very strongly through all of this. And one final thought on this. You know who the people are that I trust the most in this transition and in this new Trump administration? Who do I trust the most? The people who were targeted, the people who were persecuted. And that's why I believe Roger Stone's telling the truth. That's why I give Roger Stone the benefit of the doubt. People criticize Roger on a lot of things, obviously. But I say, they raided his home. They persecuted him. He knows what's at stake here because he has experienced it. This is why I give the benefit of the doubt to Steve Bannon because they threw him in jail for months. Owen Schroyer at InfoWars, he spent time in prison for simply speaking the truth. I know he's hardcore. I know Alex Jones is hardcore because look how they've tried to destroy him and they're auctioning off his company. The whole Sandy Hook trial was a total farce, total clown show of our legal system because they wanted to silence InfoWars. I've been targeted in many ways, some of which you've never even heard about. I've been silenced, deplatformed, censored, threatened, death threatened, you name it. All kinds of weapons that have been unleashed against me. So I know what this is like because I'm living it. RFK Jr., he's been living it. Ty and Charlene Bollinger, they've been living through the persecution, the media smears, the censorship, the debanking, all of it. People like Sayer G at Green Med Info, also Dr. Joseph Mercola, everybody who was named part of the Dirty Dozen list, I trust those people because they have been targeted and persecuted. And I trust the J6 prisoners. And when they are freed, by the way, I'm going to have a whole bunch of them on my show. I'm going to interview them, and we're going to help document their stories because those stories need to be told, God willing. I trust the people who have been persecuted because no one else can fully understand what it's like. I saw Mike Cernovich posting the other day. He said, actually it was election night. He said, tonight, now that Trump has won, this is the first night in 4 years that I will go to sleep and not fear the FBI kicking in my door at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, I feel,
raiding
bro,
my home
I
and
totally
arresting me at
agree.
gunpoint. Cernovich said that.
I'm going to be totally honest
and I know
with
exactly
you.
what he means.
Because
Because
I agree with Cernovich. Is anybody here? Because I totally agree with Cernovich here. If they actually, totally rigged the election again, even took it from Trump, because, they are rigging the down ballot, but let's say they just rigged the whole election. I'm going to be honest with you, I wasn't going to say a fucking thing. Because that would mean that they were just going to fucking kill us all. I honestly was... it was in the bag, especially given how prominent I've been against this election bullshit they've been doing. I was considering fleeing for my life. I'm not kidding. I actually was. It was in the back of my mind. If they were that crazy to steal the election again, it meant they were just gonna fucking put us all in a gas chamber. At least in New York, you know what I mean? I would have had to at least run to fucking Texas or something. In fact, I was thinking of calling Captain Bradford. Or something, you know what I mean? Or fucking Beatles. So actually, Nevada would be too dangerous too. But I was really thinking, man, I have to get the fuck out of here. But so I mean, I was. It definitely lifted a terrible fear. Right? I feel like the age of fear has ended. At least for now, it's ended. We'll see what they continue to do in the future. See, we're not going to go after them like that. We're not going to put them in gulags and fucking drown them and put them in gas chambers and in ovens, okay? But they would do that to us if they were allowed to, if they were able to. Thankfully, we have the Second Amendment. So I was like, well, if they're actually crazy enough to steal this from Trump twice in a row, that must mean they have some sort of ace up their sleeve when it comes to a military conflict. But thankfully they didn't do that. And I think that's the only reason why they didn't do it. Because they know that they can't win a shooting war. But if they did do it, then I would have been like, well, I guess I guess they're expecting to win the fucking blood and guts, so it follows. Yeah, no. So I was just like, whoa. So I totally agree with Cernovich that this is the first time in 4 years that I too have felt like I'm not going to get bagged by the FBI or the CIA. It's the first time I went to the gas station to fill up my car. It's the first time I've left my house and I wasn't looking over my shoulder as if I was going to get popped by some random quote-unquote gangbanger who was really some fucking hitman. Because given my past with selling drugs, I was like, well, all they have to do is pot me at the gas station by some gangbanger and make it look like it was a drug-related dispute. And since I'm a convicted drug dealer, I guess everybody, at least enough people would actually believe that. So I was like this is the first time I was able to go to the gas station without thinking I wasn't going to be fucking shot at random. Well, not at random, assassinated, but make it look like I was doing something shady on the way out. Like, so it really is true. It's the first time I have felt as if I am able to go about my life without the fear of fucking death always in the back of my head. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna make more coffee. right, back to the broadcast, I guess.
The Biden regime has been and continues to be a tyrannical, criminal regime of authoritarians and lawless tyrants who were never elected, who do not operate within the Constitution or the rule of law, and who only represent a threat to the American people and this constitutional republic. And the sooner they are removed from power, the better. But they will not go down calmly and peacefully. And whatever they're showing you right now, oh, we're so civilized and we're so friendly and we believe in a peaceful transition of power. Bullshit. They don't believe in that at all. They're faking it. They're faking it to bide their time so that they can roll out their surprise plans to try to destroy Trump and destroy America. Bank on it. That's my conclusion today. Bank on that. That day is coming. So be prepared. And thank you for listening today. Of course, I'm Mike Adams, healthrangerstore.com if you'd like to support us with your purchases and your business. Worshiper of government. I do not believe government is the answer. Faking it to bide their time. And when they are freed by one to silence InfoWars, I've been targeted in, I say, you know, they raided his home. They persecuted him. Now that just opens up, you know, chapters of illegals in 1 year. And that's just Texas alone. Maybe 1 million. So yeah, this can actually start very quickly. I know this is a fact because I've talked to the people who are going to do this. The only reason they're not doing it now is because the federal government, if you hand them over the illegals, they'll just release them back onto the streets. So it's pointless. You see? But this is coming. So, bottom line, folks. All right. It's a strange time. I mean, on one hand, we're all very happy that Kamala was defeated, although we don't trust that they're going to accept that in the long run. Very thankful that God helped protect Trump. Very thankful that the voters came out and just fed up enough with all the years of criminality and suffering and terrorism under the government regime and all the government agencies and the FDA and the CDC and the EPA. Nothing but terrorists. I'm so glad that so many people came out to vote. It was amazing. But, folks, and I believe that Steve Bannon would agree with me on this point because Steve Bannon is a warrior. Steve Bannon's a fighter. And I believe that Steve Bannon would say right now, don't you dare let your guard down. This is just the beginning. All we've established right now is a beachhead. Now the real fight begins. Politically, I mean. The real fight for America begins. And that is, you've got to defend your commander, you know, the Trump administration and Trump himself. You got to defend them. You got to keep him alive and get him sworn in. That's a milestone right there, just to make it to January 6th or to make it to January 20th, get him sworn in. And then, even then, now that just opens up, you know, chapter 2 of the battle for America. Then you got to beat back all the engineered chaos and the sabotage ops and the activation of all the enemies of America that are already here domestically. And that is a multi-year project all by itself. And America will become a battleground. And I believe that Steve Bannon knows it. And I think that he's exactly the right person to help lead America through this because he is not woke. He's not weak. He's not a soy boy. And, you know, look, I don't agree with Steve on everything. He doesn't agree with me on everything. But I honor the man's courage and will. And I think he's a great leader that we need right now in history to help us through this. And so I hope Team Trump leans on Steve Bannon very strongly through all of this. And one final thought on this. You know who the people are that I trust the most in this transition and in this new Trump administration? Who do I trust the most? The people who were targeted, the people who were persecuted. And that's why I believe Roger Stone's telling the truth. That's why I give Roger Stone the benefit of the doubt. You know, people criticize Roger on a lot of things, obviously. But I say, you know, they raided his home. They persecuted him. He knows what's at stake here because he has experienced it. This is why I give the benefit of the doubt to Steve Bannon, because they threw him in jail for months. Owen Schroyer at InfoWars, he spent time in prison for simply speaking the truth. I know he's hardcore. I know Alex Jones is hardcore because look how they've tried to destroy him and they're auctioning off his company. The whole Sandy Hook trial was a total farce, total clown show of our legal system because they wanted to silence InfoWars. I've been targeted in many ways, some of which you've never even heard about. I've been silenced, deplatformed, censored, threatened, death threatened, you name it. All kinds of weapons that have been unleashed against me. So I know what this is like because I'm living it. RFK Jr., he's been living it. Ty and Charlene Bollinger, they've been living through the persecution, the media smears, the censorship, the debanking, all of it. People like Sayer G at Green Med Info also. Dr. Joseph Mercola, everybody who was named part of the Dirty Dozen list, I trust those people because they have been targeted and persecuted. And I trust the J6 prisoners.
Yeah.
And when they are freed, by the way, I'm going to have a whole bunch of them on my show. I'm going to interview them, and we're going to help document their stories because those stories need to be told, God willing. I trust the people who have been persecuted because no one else can fully understand what it's like. I saw Mike Cernovich posting the other day. He said, actually, it was election night. He said, tonight,
A really heavy
now that
nap
Trump has
right
won,
now.
this is the first night in 4 years that I will go
cannot
to sleep
lose focus right now.
and not fear the FBI kicking in my door at 4 o'clock in the morning, raiding my home and arresting me at gunpoint. Cernovich said that, and he spent time in prison for simply speaking the truth. I know he's hardcore. I know Alex Jones is hardcore because look how they've tried to destroy him and they're auctioning off his company. The whole Sandy Hook trial was a total farce, total clown show of our legal system because they wanted to silence InfoWars. I've been targeted in many ways, some of which you've never even heard about. I've been silenced, deplatformed, censored, threatened, death threatened, you name it. All kinds of weapons that have been unleashed against me. So I know what this is like because I'm living it. RFK Jr., he's been living it. Ty and Charlene Bollinger, they've been living through the persecution, the media smears, the censorship, the debanking, all of it. People like Sayer G at Green Med Info also. Dr. Joseph Mercola, everybody who was named part of the Dirty Dozen list, I trust those people because they have been targeted and persecuted. And I trust the J6 prisoners. And when they are freed, by the way, I'm going to have a whole bunch of them on my show. I'm going to interview them, and we're going to help document their stories because those stories need to be told, God willing. I trust the people who have been persecuted because no one else can fully understand what it's like. I saw Mike Cernovich posting the other day. He said, actually, it was election night. He said, tonight, now that Trump has won, this is the first night in 4 years that I will go to sleep and not fear the FBI kicking in my door at 4 o'clock in the morning, raiding my home and arresting me at gunpoint. Cernovich said that, and I know exactly what he means because the Biden regime has been and continues to be a tyrannical, criminal regime of authoritarians and lawless tyrants who were never elected, who do not operate within the Constitution or the rule of law, and who only represent a threat to the American people and this constitutional republic. And the sooner they are removed from power, the better. But they will not go down calmly and peacefully. And whatever they're showing you right now, oh, we're so civilized and we're so friendly and we believe in a peaceful transition of power. Bullshit. They don't believe in that at all. They're faking it. They're faking it to bide their time so that they can roll out their surprise plans to try to destroy Trump and destroy America. Bank on it. That's my conclusion today. Bank on that. That day is coming. So be prepared. And thank you for listening today. Of course, I'm Mike Adams, healthrangerstore.com if you'd like to support us with your purchases and your business. And also visit rangerdeals.com for third-party deals and discounts for preparedness items, many really important items such as de-Googled phones, chlorine dioxide, which is the number one most important emergency first aid prepper item to stockpile. And also ivermectin for pets. We've got it there in convenient tablets for pets. It's just pure ivermectin. We've got the satellite phones there, listings for discounts on firearms, as well as holsters and gear that I like, that I've used, that is rugged and works. Plus the new Escape Zone bags, which you can find at healthrangerstore.com/escape. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for everything that you've done for us on our platforms over these last 4 years. Folks, I'm 4 years into this. If we can make it for the next 10 weeks, then that's something. We're not out of the danger zone yet, but we're beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel, at least to hit that milestone in January 20th, get Trump sworn in. That's something. And I'm not an irrational worshiper of government. I do not believe government is the answer. The ultimate answer is to get rid of the entire beast system and defund government, downsize it by 90 or 100%. Get government out of our lives. That's the ultimate goal. But the interim goal is to get Trump and his team in there and start dismantling it from within and start holding these criminals accountable. That's an interim goal. And it's an important interim goal. So thank you for all your support that helped us get to this point. We're doing this together. We're all on Team Humanity. God bless you all. And now here's the interview with Joel Salatin from Polyface Farms. Check it out. You'll enjoy it. Available now for the first time at healthrangerstore.com, we have Crunchy Munchies. These are really amazingly delicious organic fruit purees. We have a banana strawberry that's available now. You see it on the left side there. And then we have an apple cinnamon banana crunchy munchie that's over here. These are really incredible, great snacks for adults and for kids as well. Certified organic, laboratory tested, and freeze dried. So long-term storage is just built into the product because of its freeze dried nature. We also have now a new batch back in stock of the banana, peanut butter, and chocolate smoothie mix, which has incredibly simple, clean ingredients. And we have our turmeric tincture back in stock, a brand new batch of our turmeric as well, which is, of course, laboratory tested. And understand that a lot of the turmeric in the marketplace contains high levels of lead. So heavy metals testing is really critical to get clean turmeric. So if you're using any kind of a turmeric supplement, make sure that it is tested. But if you go to our website, healthrangerstore.com, you'll see here our freeze-dried crunchy munchies are featured right here. And we've also got the, Anato Vitamin E, tocotrienols, soft gels, that's in stock. But right here, you can see our organic banana, peanut butter, and chocolate instant superfood shake. People love this because it just tastes great, and it's just all natural ingredients, certified organic. We've got organic whey protein back in stock, and as well as our fair trade freeze-dried organic instant coffee that is a favorite, also laboratory tested. And when it comes to coffee, you have to watch out for high cadmium content in a lot of coffee. So, the laboratory testing is really critical in all of this, and we do more testing than anybody else that I know of in the world in terms of having our own laboratory, ISO accredited, certified organic, laboratory is inspected and tested and audited every year for the certification. And then on top of that, our food manufacturing facility is audited and inspected as well. And when it comes to organic instant coffee, you got to watch out for cadmium content. So we test for cadmium as well. It's one of the heavy metals that we routinely test for. But if you go to our website, you can see what we have on sale here, lots of different items. We've got featured categories, personal care, preparedness, supplements, food and beverage, and home. And understand that my philosophy is that we don't use synthetic substances, artificial fragrance chemicals. We don't use fillers. We don't use artificial colors or dyes or any kind of nonsense garbage like that. Instead, we focus on certified organic, clean, pure, natural, laboratory tested ingredients for your body, for your meals, for your home, for your supplements, for preparedness, and much more. Support us at healthrangerstore.com, and also check out our new line of Escape Zone bags, which you can find at healthrangerstore.com/escape. And this brings you the EMF protected and ballistic, bulletproof protected backpacks, as well as a laptop case, although the ballistic version is out of stock at the moment. But we've got EMF protection in small backpacks as well. Also, laptop bags and sleeves for mobile devices and tablets, mobile phones, satellite phones, and so much more, plus an EMF blanket. All of this is available now, healthrangerstore.com/escape. So get yourself prepared, protect your health, boost up your nutrition, protect yourself from EMFs, and help support our store and our platform. Thank you for shopping with us. I'm Mike Adams, the founder of Brighteon and the founder of healthrangerstore.com. Take care. Welcome to today's episode of Decentralized TV here on Brighteon.com, the free speech video platform. And if you love to live in a decentralized manner and have control over your own food supply and be more resilient and sustainable in living with healthy, nutritious food, you're going to love our guest today. It's Joel Salatin with Polyface Farms, and he is, he's a legend in the space of growing your own food and doing so in a way that makes sense. And he's an author, he's a lecturer, he's got apprentice programs and so much more. He joins us with our co-host today, Todd Pittner, who joins us from Florida as storms are rolling through. Welcome, gentlemen, to the show today. It's an honor to have you both here.
Thank you. It's our delight and honor to be with you.
Thanks, Mike. Good to see you as always.
It's great to see both of you. And Joel, I got to say, Todd and I are longtime fans of your work, and we have learned much from you over the years and implemented some of it, not all of it, but some of it. And tell our audience, if you would, please, because it's the first time we've had you on, Joel, just give us a brief introduction of your farm, polyfacefarms.com, your work, and your focus.
Yeah, so we farm in Virginia's Shenandoah Valley, which is on the western side of Virginia. We have about, we own about 950 acres. 250 acres is open, 700 is woodland. And then we rent another about 1,200 acres in the area from other people, additional pasture. So we're in pastured livestock. So we have salad bar beef, pigerator pork, pastured poultry. That includes turkeys, broilers, and eggs. We have rabbits, lambs, and ducks for duck eggs. So we're in all sorts of pastured livestock, and we have, we retail everything. So we don't wholesale. We retail. We ship nationwide, and there's about 22 salaries that get generated here from the farm. So it's quite an exciting place.
But in addition to, thank you for that intro, but you also, of course, help teach people about the methods that you are using. And I think in addition to a lot of people appreciating your products, they also appreciate the knowledge that you've gained and shared over the years. You want to talk about that for a second?
Sure, and thank you for that. Yes, we're very much a teaching farm. So probably the core of our teaching is we run a very formal apprenticeship and stewardship program. We started the apprenticeship program almost 30 years ago, and the stewardship program about 10 years later. Stewardship, a lot of people would call them interns, but we call them stewards because that more captures what we're after. And it also is not, the interns is now a little bit of a demeaning thing. Oh, you mean all you can do is, get coffee for the boss. And so the steward, kind of elevates them to a different place. And so we have that program. It's very, very formal. We take it very seriously and invest a lot of time. We have, half a day a week is in what we call shop talk, where we do everything from, how to do small engine repair to tie knots in a rope and, all sorts of these things. And then we do an on-farm 2-day seminar every summer, 2 or 3 of these called the Polyface Intensive Discovery Seminar, shortened to PIDS. Americans can't talk in multisyllabic words, so we shorten it to PIDS, the acronym. And it's a 2-day, 6-meal seminar, worth coming just for the meals. But it's basically our most intimate behind the scenes look for people that want to come and learn how to do these things. We butcher chickens, we butcher rabbits, we build compost, we cut trees, we mill timber, we make boards and move cows and move pigs and build ponds and roads and all sorts of things. So it's a very intensive 2-day. And then beyond that, I've written 16 books. So, there's a pretty hefty, book deal. I do a video curriculum that's now over 30 hours. We're trying to get to 100 in a couple of years, called Farm Like a Lunatic. And it's how to make a commercial white collar salary on a farm. It's not geared. There's a lot of material in that for small scale homesteader types, but this is really geared to commercial farmers. And I don't think there's anything really like it out there. And so that's a video curriculum that we do. And then we host gatherings. So starting in 2020, we began hosting gatherings here. And we built the Lunatic Learning Center. I mean, I'm the lunatic farmer, right? So we got the Lunatic Learning Center, which can handle 300 to 400 people. And we do all sorts of educational gatherings for different organizations that want to get together and have great food in a pastoral bucolic setting, child-friendly, ponds you can fish in, and very family-friendly as opposed to an urban conference center. A lot cheaper and a lot better food and a lot better air to breathe. We do those as well. I'm the editor of the Stockman Grass Farmer, which is the world's leading trade magazine in pastured livestock production. And so, we have that going on as well. So there's a lot of outreach here. We do lunatic tours. Did one last Saturday. We've got our last one of the year coming up in a couple of weeks, where people come for a 2.5-hour hayride tour. And we do several of those a season to accommodate people that want to, just kind of come and peek in and see what we do and get the dog and pony show. And I do a lot of speaking around the world. I travel internationally and here, speaking, doing seminars and things like that. So yeah, it's a heavy education schedule as well.
Absolutely. Let me bring in Todd here, because Todd, I know you want to take your food forest to the next stage. I don't know if you want to cut your own timber, but now we know where you can go to learn all those skills if you want. But how thrilled are you to have Joel as our guest?
This is amazing. And my initial assessment is that Joel's Netflix subscription goes way underutilized based upon what he just shared his schedule. So Joel, I'm a lunatic learner, and I did a lot of research prior to this interview, and I just kind of want to paint a picture for our viewing audience so we can kind of hone in on what polyface farming is. So I want to just kind of describe something, and you tell me if I have it right. So I want us to imagine an animal's mouth being a paintbrush, okay? And a large field, pasture field, being the canvas. Now, as I understand it, a polyface farm is a grass culture farm where the primary focus is on the grass as the canvas. And the animals, they don't just paint the canvas in one little area. That would be pretty ugly painting, right? They shift their painting daily. And over time, these grazing cells, I think is what you call it, paint the entire canvas or the entire field into a beautiful, beautiful masterpiece that when you zoom out, looks like a perfectly grilled ribeye steak on my dinner plate. Is that right, Joel? Do I have that right?
Man, you're a great word picture guy. I like that. I've never had that expressed exactly that way, but being a fellow wordsmith, Yeah, I'll take it. That's very good.
Okay.
You get a A plus. Yeah.
All right. That's great. Well, let's do this. Polyface. That's very original. Can you unpack that for us, please? I shouldn't be thinking about the face of a Sopranos mobster named Polly, right? What is polyface farming?
So polyface is poly, of course, is the prefix Latin stuff prefix for many. You know, you got polygons, you know. So polyfaces. When we started, we knew that we were going to have multiple enterprises. So we weren't going to just be cattle. We were going to be multiple enterprises from trees to cows to whatever. We also knew that we wanted to be a people-centric farm. From day one, we aspired to populate the farm with loving, caressing caretakers, as opposed to the current, USDA orthodoxy is let's depopulate the farms, do it all with robots and machinery, and get rid of all the people on the farms. And so we wanted to be people-centric. So that would be, human faces, and so it was that idea of many of everything that we wanted to capture in the polyface.
I've got a question.
Yes, that's fascinating.
No, I love that, because the first time I heard, I was thinking polyphase, like, from the science perspective, solid, liquid, gas, plasma. And then I was like, no, it's polyface. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Here's a question I have for you. I live in Central Texas, and it's cattle country. And the way that I see cattle ranchers, I can't even say use the land, they abuse the land. They put way too many cattle on it. They end up with nutrient poor soils that they have to then treat aggressively with a lot of chemical applications, like weed killers and so on. They always end up with not enough food, typically in the summer, and then they have to supplement hay, and the hay was cut from somebody else's field that grew nothing but weeds. So it's like weed hay, and they cut down most of the trees, and the cattle don't have enough shade. And I'm like, this can't be the way to do this. There's got to be a better way. What's your reaction when you see an operation like that?
Well, it's all over the world. It's not just in Texas. Trust me. It's all over the world, and it is the normal. It is the normal. So what it is a deviation. The important thing to realize is that what you're seeing, what you're describing, is a deviation from what nature's patterns are. So if you look at herbivores in nature, cow's an herbivore. Okay, let's deal with that. Cow's an herbivore. So if you look at herbivores in nature, whether it's zebras in Africa, wildebeest on the Serengeti, those are the biggest wild herds now. Used to be the American bison. Before that, it was the RX, in Europe. But if you look at these herbivores around the world, what you see is they're doing three things. They're moving onto new ground. A lot of times it's in search of food. Sometimes it's to get away from a predator. They're mobbed up. They're not spread out. They're bunched together pretty tightly, and that's for predator protection. So they're mobbing, they're moving, and they're mowing. They're not eating dead chickens and carry on and stuff. They're actually eating material, vegetation material that they then ferment in their multi-stomachs. And so moving, mobbing, mowing is kind of the foundation, the platform of herbivores around the world. So if you violate any one of those, moving, mobbing, or mowing, if you violate any of them, you suddenly take an asset, turn into a liability. And the fact is that 95% of all cattle in the world violate at least one of those, moving, mobbing, mowing. They either violate it, 1, 2, and sometimes 3, and therefore they turn from an asset into a liability. The deepest soils, healthiest soils on the planet are not under trees, and they're not under bushes. They're not under cropland. They're under prairies, where herbivores for years and prairies together have built this soil, because grass is a more efficient metabolator. Has a more efficient metabolism of solar energy than trees and bushes, than woody species. But the grass has a very short life cycle. That's the problem. It grows and it gets old. It turns to carbon. And so using the herbivore as a pruner to restart the rapid growth cycle of the grass actually, collects a lot more solar energy and actually builds soil. We call this mob stalking, herbivorous solar conversion, lignified carbon sequestration, fertilization.
I love that. That makes perfect sense. Yeah, exactly. Todd, go ahead. I know you want to jump in.
Wow. Well, again, in my research, what I realized is in your whole polyface farming practice, there is a set of heroes. And I had no idea who these heroes were. So you need to let me know if I have this right. And everybody out there, excuse the language, I'm just being technical here. When animals graze, shit happens, right? And as we can infer, massive cow patties, they attract flies, which ultimately terrorize the cows because flies bite the butts that feed them, apparently. Now, they aren't, because they're just not very smart, Joel. So to combat the flies, what do? You and your team do. You send in the real heroes, which are the chickens. Tell us about how the chickens solve the fly biting problem, Joel.
Yeah, so if you look in nature, the egret on the rhino's nose, the macaws, the birds that follow the herbivores. If you look at any nature program, there's all these birds swarming behind the herbivores. The bird herbivore relationship is one of the most synergistic and symbiotic relationships in nature. And so we're looking at these cow pies and the flies and all this, saying, well, how can we get birds behind the cows? And so we follow the cows with a movable, portable hen house. We call it the eggmobile. And the eggmobiles follow the cows about 3 to 4 days. That's the fly cycle. And the chickens then they're attracted. They learn very quickly that in those cow pies are these fly maggots, fly larvae. They're maggots. And so that pays the salary for the chickens to tear them all apart. And they take that cow pie and they make it cover way more ground, which eliminates the repugnancy zone for when the cows come back in to graze, because it's now spread the fertility out into a more metabolizable, assimilatable volume on a larger area of ground. And they've eliminated the flies, and of course the cows have just been there, so that grazing, and that exposes the grasshoppers and the crickets and all the other life that's down in the pasture. So the chickens harvest, they scoop all that up, and the chickens then convert all that and turn it into the most amazing eggs you can ever imagine. So instead of using grubicides and parasiticides and things like that, systemic things, that injections and porons that make the cow so anti-insect that that kills them. Anything that kills bugs, I probably don't want to eat. And so instead of doing that, we use the chickens as a biological sanitizer behind the cows and a fertility engine. And so the animals do the work instead of us. So we don't have to buy anything from off the farm. We don't have to put the cows through the head gate. Anything of that sort of thing. Yes, the chickens, I wonder where you were going with that, Todd. The chickens are the heroes because they then, not only do they do all this work for us, but guess what? They lay eggs. They lay eggs as a byproduct of the pasture sanitation. And so it's a wonderful positive contribution.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, Joel, because now I'm realizing that I've been doing it wrong when I take my dogs for a walk out to the areas where I have donkeys on a lot more acreage, and my dogs try to eat the donkey poo. I think I need to have chickens eating the cow poo instead of my dogs eating the donkey poo. But I just gave up teaching them not to. I'm like, go for it. If it's fermented grass, maybe they need some probiotics. I don't know. But I just let them go for it. They can have the dog or the donkey poo. They actually enjoy it.
If you can now, if you can teach your dogs to lay eggs,
that would be a trick. Yeah.
Now you're gonna be in high cotton.
Yeah, exactly. Now I want to ask you then about this global war against ranchers, and there is this idea now especially among those who absolutely despise carbon dioxide, that they think that all cattle are bad, that all ranching is bad, that all meat is bad. And it seems like they're missing a very important point, is that you can take land, even think about Nevada or West Texas or Oklahoma, many places, you can take land that barely functions for anything else, but through the use of things like cattle, they can convert, like you mentioned earlier, the solar energy goes into the grass, the cow goes out and gathers the grass and even finds its own water sources if you've got them anywhere around, and it gathers that and it concentrates that into a food, a nourishment product for humanity. So cows can take land that has virtually no value and they can actually add value to it for humanity. Why do some people hate this process?
Well, it's kind of what you mentioned earlier, is that most ranchers are not actually increasing the soil. They're not actually helping the land with their cattle ranching. They're actually depleting the land. So when you look at, documentaries like Cowspiracy and What the Health and things like that, their data collection is based on convention, the normal stuff, and the orthodoxy of the day. And that orthodoxy is not what we do. We're a complete lunatic fringe weird, out here. And so those scientists are not coming here collecting data.
Right.
And so what's happening? So if you're collecting data from a dysfunctional system, it might lead you to a dysfunctional conclusion. Right. Is the point. And so that's where this war on ranchers is developing. And so in the first part of these documentaries, I'm sitting there, when they're impugning conventional ranching and agriculture, I'm sitting there, yeah, boy, preach it. But the answer is not veganism. The answer is not getting rid of all the cows. The answer is, well, how did the bison do it? How did the wildebeest do it? How can we do this to actually grow more soil? That's the answer. I mean, it should give us all pause to realize that 500 years ago, North America produced more food than it does today. Now, it wasn't all eaten by people. We had 2 million wolves to feed. That was, 40 million pounds a day just with the wolves. We had 200 million beavers. They ate more vegetables because they're herbivores. They ate more vegetables than all the people in North America today. Audubon sat under a tree in 1820 in Massachusetts. He couldn't see the sun for 3 days because the passenger pigeons flying over, blotted out all the sun for 3 days. That's before Cargill, Tyson, and Purdue. And so it was really actually extremely abundant and had more animals. If we put humans into the animal category, it had more animal weight on it 500 years ago than it does today. So the question is not, are we overpopulated? Do we have too many cows or whatever? No, the question is, how do we move to those ancient patterns with modern technology? Yes. Yeah. How do we move to those ancient patterns and recapture that abundance that was here in the past? And it means we move our cows every day to mimic the movement of the bison. They didn't stay in one place. We move our cows every day using high-tech electric fence with computer microchip energizers. And we can do this for the first time in human history. We now have the technology to actually do the movement a little better than fire and wolves, and a little more control. Mm-hmm. So we can literally put a steering wheel, a brake, and an accelerator on a herd of 500 cows and steer them across the landscape with the same precision as a zero-turn mower on a golf course. That's pretty cool.
I don't know, XX Golden. It's a great question. Elaine, I don't actually know yet how they're sealing the Senate races. I don't know yet. I mean, okay. Okay. I know, but I can't say that I know because I don't actually have the data. But the moment I have the data, I'm going to prove what I know. They're using manifolds, in particular complex number manifolds, to rig two races at the same time. Is this also... Wait, Elaine. Are they fucking with the Wisconsin, Mich, and Penn Senate races too? I'm only looking at Nevada and Arizona at the moment. Let's let's just take a quick look. Are they really doing this? Oh my god. Oh my god, they really did it. Oh my god, you're dead ass they're fucking doing it. Oh no, dude. Oh shit, Elaine. Michigan? No fucking way. And Pennsylvania? Well, it looks like he's holding on. But you're right about the other two. Oh my god, dude. We should have 4 more. I've been up since 5 in the morning. That's why I was a little bit sluggish today, too, because I've been up for so many hours already. So I'm going to call it a night. Thank you, Elaine, for that information. That was very important. Yeah, Nicholas Hathaway, it's fucked up. So we have a lot of shit to do, but I'm too tired, so I'm gonna go to